you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, hello everyone and welcome to the MillionPugs WoT7 number 13. We're going to be covering some 7v7 matches for the next 3 days, both from EU and NA, and this time you can recognize a pretty familiar face because next to me I am being joined by Toxic as my co-analyst. How are you doing today?
I'm doing beautiful, thank you for asking. Thanks for the beautiful introduction as well. Let's jump right into the bracket. So what we are seeing right now is the European bracket for this tournament. Today we will be featuring only European matches, starting off with Burger versus Cashback in match number 1. After that we will go to match number 2, W versus Tango, and then match 3 and 4. We have Opur and Hit and Run waiting for their respective opponents from the first 2 matches.
So yeah, since it's 3 days instead of 2 as we usually have, we have a bit of a different bracket. As we can see, Opur and Hit and Run, they were both respectively first in their group. They're actually going to be waiting in the semifinals of the winners bracket, and they're going to be playing against the teams battling first, Burger, Cashback, W, Tango, like you mentioned. So it's a pretty good advantage, I would say, compared to what we used to have with 2 teams in the winners bracket and 2 in the losers bracket. What's your take on that?
I mean, Burger and Cashback are the respective second and third of their group as well, so that's something we shouldn't forget to look over. So technically they will be facing, the second place will be facing off versus the weaker team from the other group. So that's also a slight advantage, I would say, but still you have to play one match more. So Opur, Hit and Run, probably very lucky and very happy with getting the first place in their groups.
Yeah, so it's going to be 4 BO7s today, EU only. In the next days, we'll get to see some of the NA matches too. On top of it, we also have some Twitch drops prepared for today, and for the next days, we can probably take a look at the Toxic. As we can see, we have some decals, consumables, and on Sunday, we'll have some mystery drops.
Yeah, so as you can see, all of those drops are scheduled by day. So for today, we will only have the decals as well as the boosters. For tomorrow, we will only have the consumables. And for Sunday, we will have the mystery drops, as we will be going into the grand finals for both of the brackets, NA and EU, on this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And now we should probably take a closer look at the first match of the day between 2 teams that we have already seen in the past, Cashback and Burger. Burger being essentially GDVV1, one of the teams that performed really well in the past, and Cashback, a team that actually managed to get to the playoff the last time. And we can see some pretty famous names like Niu in here.
I mean, I'm quite surprised that these teams only got second and third in their respective brackets, because those are really strong teams. So we're starting off with quite the match, and I feel like the community predictions being pretty much split in half here is also very fair to both those teams.
Yeah, I think that from our side, we are on the Burger train because they're probably the more experienced team and that they perform better in the past. But Toxic, I think that we have 2 interesting and amazing casters that actually want to give us more insight about that first match of the day. And they also have the pick and bans to do so. So please, Gian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome to the MillionPugs WoT7 number 13 edition on Friday the 13th. So let's hope nothing goes wrong today. But yeah, seeing beside me, it's Ducky, so I don't think anything can ever go wrong with him here. So yeah, good day to you. I just saw you hosted us after your stream. Thank you very much. We'll return the favor after this one, and good day. I believe Ducky still has his microphone muted, but he should be able to join us shortly. That being said, though, anyway, I think first of all it's time to take a look at the pick and ban graphics coming up. And here we do see the team of Cashback, mostly Ukrainian under their captain I-Said. And on the other hand, we see the team of Burger, ironically not a North American team. Instead, they are joining us, mostly from Ukraine as well. Some known names, some newbies there, but I'm sure they will deliver as we do hop into the map. Pick and bans, and I do believe Ducky finally is here. Hello, my dude. How are you doing?
Yeah, unbelievable. I don't know what happened there, Kihan. Some gremlins in the electronics, I would say. But yeah, Himmels, Mines, Sun River are map pick and bans here. That was Kihan just sabotaging me for not being here immediately. Himmels should already be a very interesting one and a difference maker between these two, right? Just because of the fact that Mines and Sun River can be 1-1. Especially Mines, though. So you don't want to go into Sun River with like a 3-1 scoreline, right?
Yeah, definitely. I concur with that statement. Himmelsdorf might be the difference maker here. If we do have a 1-1 on Himmelsdorf, the likelihood of a tiebreaker dramatically will improve. Tiebreaker being Prokhorovka. I mean, one of those weird maps where it's actually interesting what people choose as tiebreaker. As side on tiebreaker, simply because Prokhorovka, it's hard to hold on for 8 minutes against an attacking team that really knows what they're doing. But all in all, I like the maps, especially Himmelsdorf and Sand River, because those kind of tend to kick it off with the action, and also Mines, right? Mines, this map where the defender basically decides the pace of the game. Do they commit middle or do they just park the bus? If they commit middle, it's always a pretty fast game on that map as well. So I guess let's see what those two mostly Ukrainian teams have brought to us. Other than that, obviously, I think once more it's time to thank our sponsor. It's time to thank MillionPugs for being awesome and being here for us. And that being said, I hope we'll be able to have a very nice event for the coming 3 days. Because not only are we going to be able to spectate matches from the EU server, that one's today is EU only, but tomorrow and Sunday we'll have matches from across the pond, from North and South America. That being said, though,
some of those were played already,
into it. Some of those were played already, yes. Yesterday night at 1 a.m. I did indeed end up spectating and adminning a few of those. Possibly later today we'll be able to see the results of those. Actually, quite some upsets there. I don't want to spoil too much, but not everything went as expected. That being said, though, if everything goes as expected here, we'll see a Burger victory.
Yeah, all of us on the Burger train. I think that's also just respecting the fact that this is the old GDV1 team, which also back a few WoT7s ago now won surprisingly against all of the Inville teams and showed us really a lot of great gaming. So I think that's respecting the fact that they have been a team that has proven that they can play these playoffs and bring it home.
Exactly. Now, I think we're just about to hop into game number 1 here. And let's see if the teams have something prepared for us. And looking at the lineups, that is indeed the case. Burger, double 60TP, 1 IS4, 1 IS7, 1 Mouse, 1 E5, and 1 E4.
Against Cashback's E100, IS4, Mouse, double 705A, the E5, and then an interesting one already, the WZTD. Recently buffed. Not huge buffs, Toki had.
Yeah, I mean, the mobility was kind of touched. I believe also the shell velocity for the AP rounds, at least, if memory serves me right. But obviously, mostly here, that WZTD is going to be firing heat with those 395 pen. That did not get touched. However, there is an argument to be made if you're able to stay hold down and to also angle up your superstructure with a WZTD. It does get very difficult for the enemies to penetrate you, especially looking in the opposing team. 60TP, not the best pen. IS4, yeah, okay, 340, but IS7, also not the best pen. Same for Mouse. E5, once again, 340, and obviously against the E4, it starts falling apart, but we can see Vladislav here. First of all, looking into that G line, does not get any spots for himself, though.
No, but he can definitely counter a guy at, for example, G2 behind that Huldan on the other side of where Sisa is, if he decided to go there, because that 395 pen, it is nasty. I mean, if it hits, it's going to blow somebody up. So we'll see about that. And all in all, the Cashback lineup, it's a interesting one because of that double 7 or 5-8. They have that side scrape potential. But how do you really push with those two tanks?
We'll have to see. Currently, though, Burger, they seem to be very content with their positions here. As we can see, the yellow team, they have 160 TP committed towards the 8 line. They have a lot of tanks, actually, in the southwestern part of the map, so they are kind of split. I mean, that could be a weakness moving forward, but so far, Cashback exploiting none of it. And as we see 1.5 minutes in here, not even one shot of damage being traded in between either of those two teams. They're all being extremely careful what they're doing here.
Slow and steady wins the race, right? I mean, like I said, those 7 and 5-8s, they're very good at side scraping, but they're not the greatest assault tanks. So they need to figure out the angles, slowly push up those tanks, get them into position, pressure off the angles, like, for example, Near You is doing now as he's moving along that K-line, pressuring back, rated in the IS-7, and that's just kind of good for Cashback, though. Taking it slow, they're taking a lot of map control from this.
Yeah, exactly. And also, by crossing there without taking damage, Neyu just found something out for his team, that no one is in D4-5. No one's in that window, meaning they can just rotate freely there. That being said, Neyu now taking one. Saisa and Trash Banda moving on towards Iset and Hellmine, but Iset retaliating here. Saisa needs to be careful. Down to 800. The mouse is going to give another one shortly as he does, down to 571. Saisa there needs to be extremely careful. The 705A could be peeking to pick him up.
No, but Ice is actually going for Trash Panda, but Near You on the flank as well. He has to be careful, though, because the IS-7 is now coming in. Vic in his E4 moving in to pressure Hellmine probably on the mouse because he's the lowest HP at this moment in time. That E4, no problem normally going through that. 754 does get a good connection. But he immediately takes 613 from that 705A. And now look behind them. Dionis in the IS-4 flanking as well through the G-line. And currently, this is Cashback's game to win. Although I would like to say Near You's position there, Kihan, that push, I don't think that was really worth it, but the fire coming out onto that E4 helps a lot though, and Cashback finding a little bit left, right, and everywhere. Near You falling, E4 immediately getting traded out as well. But has this push on the 3 line been halted? It looks to be that way.
Yeah, the push in the 3 line now turning into the faces of Cashback as Burger suddenly having more tanks, more HP here though. Lexa getting singled out in his 60 TP, able to get one more shot into that WZ as 2 quick kills in succession for Cashback. Bring the guns almost even again. It is 4 versus 5 here, but Iset, the next one on the chopping board here, and the next one to get focused, the IS-7 with another good shot. Iset for the time being surviving now, but Dionis is eyeing himself a bit of Trash Panda here, is probably going to pick that one up. It's a free-for-all.
It is a free-for-all everywhere. Now, there's a good shield in there from Chicken, that mouse, that full HP doing exactly what he's supposed to. Yeah, Dionis, doesn't connect onto the E5. That's going to cost him quite a bit here, that E5. Also not connecting in return, but you can already see Rated coming in his IS-7 on the flying. Dionis really needs to pick it up here, but I think it's a little too late for his team as he's one of the last few standing, and they still have to somehow deal with a full HP mouse if it comes down to it. And that Weezy bouncing again, that's the second bounce I saw from him. Maybe that 395 pen, Kian, we gotta buff it.
Maybe we do. I mean, I remember the old 268 there without 450. Possibly he needs those, but Lakina now, the last one for his team in that E100, left to his own devices as Chick in the mouse is probably going to reload soon, puts another good one in, and in just about 6 seconds time is going to secure the victory for his team as Burger are going to be putting themselves up 1-0.
1-0, good start for Burger. It looked a little bit bad for them there, right? With Cisa and the IS-4 dropping so low. But I think Near You's little pressure from the K-line there gave the team of Burger back away into this game.
Yeah, I mean, the push by Near You there, the weird thing about it was that all of a sudden Near You was getting farmed for free. And that meant that, yeah, exactly. And that meant that Cashback, all of a sudden, they needed to put an execute, even though they didn't want to. They were winning on trades. Like, yeah, they were still a bit behind in HP, but they were winning the trades. But Near You pushing in there just made them having to commit. So in the end, I think, yeah, also Liberty there with 800 damage, not the best result for his team. And obviously Lakina, they're trying to do what he can. But in the end, also those missed shots on the WZTD, not the perfect showing here by Cashback moving into this one.
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but you expected WZTD at this range to connect every every single shell.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we can take a look. 774.
I mean, if he's
And
shooting
we
from
saw-
the hill, sure, but like close range. Sorry, I think you have to hit everything, especially against the mouse.
Also, I feel like with an E5, you shouldn't be the first one into the fray. You should be connecting more than 2 shots, because realistically,
E5 is the,
2 shots.
E5
what
is
is
the
that?
damage dealer in this. Like, look
Yeah.
at Thrash Panda, he does 4.4. Because the E5 is the DPM tank in their lineup. If you look at it, they have 705As. They have that 4s, etc. The E5 is a damage dealer, DPM tank in this. Didn't really come to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you have tanks like the 705s or something, like the mouse, right? Those tanks are supposed to drive in, whereas the E5, it even has a lower hit point pool, and as soon as you have tanks in his side, then the armor is basically, nothing that you speak of, because there's nothing left in the side of it. It has some trollish armor in the front, and that's just about it. Then everything that the tank has is a good gun with a lot of DPM. But yeah, I guess the one positive thing for Cashback we can take from this round is that there is a lot of things that they can easily improve. Whereas for Burger, I mean, they sort of,
They're getting
up
upgrades.
Yeah,
I mean,
on an individual level, not necessarily tactic-wise, I wouldn't say.
I think it's both. I think the way that Cashback was approaching it, isolated at IS4, at least I didn't really know where to go anymore. But then Cashback fell to pieces on the delivery. Didn't even kill him for a while. They switched targets, the E4 came in, near you is hero play, I would call it.
But yeah, anyway, we are gonna go into round number 2. In between Burger and Cashback here. Obviously, it's going to be Himmelsdorf again, sides are going to get switched. It is early days. Every single match that we're going to see today and tomorrow, as well as on Sunday, is going to be best of 7, except the last 2 on Sunday, which are going to be bumped up to a whopping best of 9 for the grand finals of EU and NA, respectively. But I believe it's just about time to hop into round number 2 here. And hopefully, we'll see the lineup soon. All right. I mean, 395 pen. If it doesn't work on the WZTD, might as well do it with a 268, complementing that lineup with an E5 double 277 1E100 double 60 TP.
Then Cashback on the other hand, triple 60 TP, an I7, a mouse, a 705A, and an E5. It's almost like these teams like trained against each other, in a weird way, because they're both bringing a 395 pen gun on attack.
Yeah. I believe the DPM in between those is exactly the same, right? WZTD and 268. I think they have the same reload.
I'm really not sure about that one. I think it's roughly the same, probably. He has a speed governor as well.
I mean, yeah, speed governor, vents, rammer, and low noise exhaust. I mean, low noise on Himmelsdorf. All right, I guess he just really doesn't want to get spotted for those shots into the G line. That being said, though, Lexa with a fairly aggressive move with that 60 TP through the central street on the 5 line of Himmelsdorf. We can see the 268 with a swing, the 277 of Rated having taken a shot of damage here too. But so far, I think attacking-wise, both teams was sort of the same idea. Defense, though, Cashback a lot more north-heavy.
Yeah, north heavy for Cashback. They have that 60p of Lakina. They're spotting the 5 line, just the 60p holding the 8 line. There's a lot of alpha in this team. Then they have the I7 at D4, right? And the I7 at D4 gets you the info on the K line. So you really know that there's nothing crossed over. You know that, Burger all has to be coming through. Either the 5 line, the 8 line, or the 0 line. And at 268 on the hill, I'm really curious what he's trying to achieve here. Ooh, 60p crossing. Oh, that's a bit unlucky there for Vic. It is a 60p on range, though.
I mean, yeah, it's a 60 TP on range. Only good thing, I guess, for him would be if that his heat shells don't really lose pen, but you can see right now he's firing AP, and I think he's not really happy about what's happening, trying to switch in and out of sniper mode here. That being said, though, so far, both teams with a fairly passive approach. They have taken initial positions, and now they're just having a look at what the respective other team is doing. Now we do see Liberty getting pushed up, and Victor taking a swing, actually. I believe that was by Lakiner in that 60 TP in the 5 line. And
Near you,
trades. Well, the trades so far, we gotta say it, they're favoring cashback.
I wish Near you went for the HE shell. I've seen it before where the 60p goes to the HE. I'm in the back of the 277 Kian, easily pennable. In Onslaught as well, like 277s, S-Wings, etc. If you had a 60p behind them, it's pretty nice. But this rated player, I mean, Near you is just going to accept a shot from the E100 and bounce.
Oh, I think he just bounced.
On the back of a 277.
I feel like we saw that last tournament too, that a 60 TP or someone peaks there and bounces on a 277 on the Space Armor. I mean, now Lexa comes in and it turns out that this missed shot here on the side of the 277 might actually cost Near you a whole lot if he still tries to commit in here. He sees Lexa, he has him proxy, but he doesn't know about Trash Panda. He knows about Schick as well and decides to... basically decides against this very, very expensive peak. That being said, though, lower left side of Himmelsdorf, it's Cashback coming in with Iset and Vladislav, only Vikshar to receive them.
Yeah, and Vladislav currently not spotted because they all rotated to that 8 line, you know? They were like, okay, we need to help Rated. How do we help Rated? We just send more tanks there. Just 268 currently not really having an impact either. And Near you there with a good side scrape, gives one to Trash Panda. Lexa not trying to trade out. But look at the HP in the meantime, Kihan. It's already 3,000 lead for Cashback. They're in a very commanding lead right now. They just have to make sure they don't show this, what they have going for them. Liberty now pushing up on the 8 line as well. I think Rated is finally going to fall. And this 268, Kian, I don't feel like it's had a big impact.
Yeah, the 268 so far are getting countered simply by the Cashback tanks staying below the hill. Liberty, though, for that push in that 8 line, getting taking a lot of damage, rather. Good shot here by Near you in that 60 TP once again. Vladislav there taking a swing, but it's not going to be a look here. Instead, it's going to be towards Lexa, but Vikshar now peeking with a good one into Vladislav once again. This game here is starting to become more hectic. It's just about having attention towards all the angles because every single one seems to have an enemy tank for everyone. The 268 now starting to make its way down from the hill, but is he going to have an impact is the question. Trying to shoot misses though, and that means he's going to be out of the game. Schick down towards a one-shot.
And that E100 almost looked AFK there for a second. Not sure what's happening with him, but now the repush coming in. Dionys, the Ram, as well on towards the E5, and that 268 feels like every tank in Onslaught, you know, just on another part of the map right now, trying to come in with a flank. Not really achieving too much. Like, I don't know, Kian. I haven't felt it. I haven't felt either the VZTD or the 268 here. I'm certain that it has a reason why they're bringing it. I just feel like they're playing 6v7.
Yeah, honestly, I think the reason is just to counter G2-3, but since neither of the teams that were in defense opted to go to that position, it feels like, yeah, 6v7, the TD is not really finding any kind of impact, as Vikshar has his turret blown off, but little does it matter here, because at this point in time, it is 6v1, the 268, with the possibility to do it all, to get the one that everyone wants, the Kolobanov's medal. But I think that his days are numbered.
I do believe his days are numbered as well. Connection there also. In this game, it wasn't even 6v7 Kian. It was 5v7 because Rated in that 8 line. We've seen this now time and time again as Vladislav picks up the last one on Tsisa to make it 1-1 all even moving into mines. We've seen that a few times now where that tank in the 8 line gets pressured from inside the courtyard. And okay, Near you takes a shot from the 100, but he does 700 on the 277. Then you're forced to overcommit to cover him. You lose him either way at some point. And then you have this 268 on the hill. And I think he did maybe 2 shots of damage in this game. I mean, we'll see the damage number soon, but the thing is, some of the damage that he dealt, he essentially dealt when the battle was over already. And, you know, it might look nice at the end of the day. Yeah, okay, I mean, he's even top damage, but if that damage happens when the game is over, it's essentially useless. I mean, I feel like that even Hunter was AFK. I think he DC'd.
I mean, he managed to drive towards the end.
Yeah, but afterwards, it looked like he DC'd potentially, not sure. Of course, the rules for DCs are once tanks have been spotted and damage has been dealt, there's no way to reset it anymore. Near you, they're having a really good game, kind of making up for Himmel's 1.
Yep. I mean, and that is the thing with players like Near you. They will make plays, and sometimes, you know, the plays will end up hurting their team, but as long as the players that you make end up being good for your team more times than not, then you're still a valuable asset. We can see here that he really did have an impact. And exactly, you said it, that is Himmelsdorf done and over with. 1-1 all even. We're now headed in towards, I believe, Mainz. And
Mainz.
Yeah, whereas Himmelsdorf is like a map, it can go either way. It can go 1-1, it can go 2-0. Nothing really is a surprise here. Anything but a 1-1 on Mainz would be a big one.
Yeah, I mean, we expect either of these teams to win. Their defense on Mainz has been kind of not that there's anything wrong with it, that it is a very defense-biased map. It's kind of looking for a 1-1, but the best of teams are able to bring Mainz to a victory on attack. So if your defense, like it works like this: if you think that your Mainz defense is really easy, then a good team will still beat you. I mean, you still have to do everything that you're supposed to do on defense. If you have a weakness or an opening, they will exploit it.
We'll have to see. We did see also, I believe, last tournament that had an A participation as well, where basically Mainz completely went in a way that we didn't expect, where essentially both attacking teams won. That will have to be the question.
I mean, we've seen some crazy things on Mainz, bro. I'm having like flashbacks to like 5M5Ys, top of the tree right now.
Yo,
yeah,
that was an interesting.
I remember that. I think it's like you put the Yos on the tank, you try to cap behind his shield, and then pray that you kill the guy.
It almost ended up working. That was the most important or most funny thing about it. That being said, map video saying it already. We're going to be hopping into round number 3 soon. It is going to be Mainz in between Cashback and Burger, 1-1. So essentially we're down to a best of 7 here, meaning we're going to get at least one more game after this map, although most likely it's going to be at least 2 more possible tiebreaker here at our hands, even though it's only 1-1. Now, however, I am extremely curious as to what the lineups are going to be, because both teams so far have been kind of surprising with it, and I believe there might be a restart.
Well, I mean, Cashbacks has 6 players. Unless they're that confident in themselves, you can already talk about the lineups, okay? Right?
Yeah, the lineups basically one side bringing what was it, 5 BZs and the 705A. And
yeah, and then probably the last tank, I don't know what it would be in that, maybe another BZ even, or something damage dealing, Escunk, whatever. But the other side had what? They had an E5, they had a Hori. Did they have 2 E5s? What was it one?
I think so. I mean, I will be able to pull up the battle results screen soon, so I can.
I know they had like four BZs. I think it was 4 or 5 BZs. That lineup doesn't really scream entirely like we're gonna sit in the base, though. Cashback is defending first, yeah, but Cashback lineup doesn't really scream that they're sitting in the base either, because they also had those BZs.
It might be that we have an extremely quick game here.
Unless they go with BZs 2-1-2, though. That's also possible. Although I don't know what going BZ 1-2 adds you over going double IS7 like people do.
And the thing is also, like, of course the mind games start going here. Like, we see so many BZs. If we wanted to immediately go 1-to line and the enemy just, spots us going there, we'll take a tremendous amount of punishment for that without really being able to retaliate if you're the defender. So
it could also be counterplay, think about it. I mean, maybe they're afraid of a team pushing down with BZs, and having your own BZs is of course better than IS7s when it happens, right? If you can hit.
If you can hit, that is. The BZ gun, obviously not the most reliable at times. That being said, though, Burger coming into this one, quadruple BZ 75, double E5, and a Hori.
And the Hori versus Cashback's 5 BZs and double 705A. So I guess the last tank was another 705A. Cashback on the defense with this lineup. It could sit in the base, but I have my doubts about it. BZs are not really good holding tanks.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And no, as the boosters start roaring here on Mainz, we do see that the BZs are going to get committed to the middle. And that is talking about both teams. I believe we're about to see a shootout in between all those Chinese rocket tanks. as we do see them sprinting towards the middle of the map. This almost looks like an onslaught game where they are going to try to block each other. All of them now starting to slow down. The punches are getting traded as Liberty bears the brunt of it.
Yeah, neither of the two teams here deciding that they want to go up and over or onto the hill. Liberty taking the worst of it down towards 985, but now you have those double 705As of Near You and Ice there on the side. But these E5s of Chick and Lexa, they're just being more useful right now, peeking from the side of that rock, putting shot and shot in towards those BZs. Vladislav now down towards 500, and Burger here is making a sandwich out of cashbacks, no pun intended, as these BZs on that rock have nowhere to go, nowhere to really hide. And that's just really good from Burger, using that W5, realizing that those 705As, I mean, yeah, they're really annoying, but what do they really do if we just focus on killing the BZs? And they have achieved that. Now even the Hori deciding to drive in to make a party in the middle. As the onus falls, Lakina will be shortly followed, and that is going to be Burger on the attack, Kihan. And look at the time.
Very, very fast attack here by the team of Burger, as everyone by them, all the 7 tanks were committed to the fray. The focus fire simply better, getting those crucial enemy tanks out of the game immediately, reducing their effective DPM and netting them a victory on the most unlikely of maps on Mines attack here, as they do come in now sweeping, killing Liberty. The next one is going to be Near You, coincidentally the last one as well. And I do agree, the decision making by Burger in this round simply better, recognizing that the 705As there were going to be slow, and they were going to have the DPM advantage with those E5s peeking from the side. So there we go. That's how you win Mines attack, apparently.
In a very fast fashion as well. If this goes to a tiebreaker, unless, of course, Kazbak wins their Mines attack now as well, this is Burger picking the tiebreaker side 100%. I mean, what was that, 2 minutes?
Not even 2, I believe. Let me actually check. And it was 2 minutes and 6 seconds. So as far as Mines attacks go...
I mean, that's a very long time for Yukihan, I understand. But in terms of World of Tanks, it's very short.
Are we gonna go there this time?
I don't know what
is it one of those events?
I don't know what you're thinking about, but you know, time just works differently for you.
Yeah, no, my time in an EBR in the average. I mean, wait, what?
Especially in a super platoon.
Oof. Exactly. As we do see Vladislav not really having the best of impacts here in his BZ. Once again, that gun can be annoying, but really you should be doing damage in a battle such as this, even if you're getting focused out. And the thing is, it wasn't Vladislav getting focused out. It was at the start actually
Liberty and then Vladislav is second, yeah. 5-4-1.
Yeah. I mean, 4-4-3, 4-4-4, 5-5-5. In the end, I think it was maybe a bit the pen rate, but it was mostly down to the position.
The positioning was so much better from Burger. I think what they 10-10-10. That's really good.
7-7-7.
Really good. I mean, I don't want to be Mr. Know-It-All, but like I think that after the initial volley, there was an opportunity for either team, and should have probably been cashback to boost on the hill with like 2 BZs, for example. Who's really going to shoot you for it is the E5, so 800, and the Hori, so 1.5. I believe that there was an opportunity there for either team to do it, but Cashback had the bigger one, because you got to remember then, Kihan, then they have to boost their BZs on the hill. And I think who boosts them up first has the advantage, because by the time that the other team is, or like, let's go up as well, you're already reloaded. And you have double 705A and all your BZs in position. I think that was potentially a way for them into that round. But the way it was now, Burger, I mean, you know, 705A is really scary and side script and all. But if you have 6 tanks fighting 5, you should win that trade.
I mean, the thing is also that if you have only BZs and 705s, like, yeah, you have a lot of alpha, but you don't really have the best of pen within your lineup, and you also don't really have any kind of, like, DPM. Like, yeah, you have alpha, but as soon as all your guns are reloading, the enemies are just doing with you whatever they want, right? They can just free peek, they can just focus. And, yeah, it might be very, very scary to like, peek at first, but as soon as you get that scare off, and as soon as you're able to survive that, it's your game.
But there was an interesting, like, these teams are playing in a way, and you may be like, why are they not just defending? Now, if they're going towards the middle, that means that either they don't have faith in their defense, or they think that their opponent has a really, 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 really strong way to break the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, you don't just go like "Davai pod centru," you know, like normally.
And the thing is, on stream, we haven't really seen any kind of defense against this kind of offense with a lot of BZs yet. So maybe in the trainings, the teams found out that, you know, if the enemy picks that kind of lineup, then their normal way of playing defense doesn't really work. So they are trying to counter this with some middle commit on their own defense as well. Maybe we're seeing a shift in meta of Mayans, but I think it's a lot too early to say this.
Yeah, we'll see. It could also just be like, okay, we want to go fight, you know. That's also a possibility. Because these teams like playing very aggressive immediately. So we'll see if it's a trend. Well, the biggest takeaway will be if Burger also decides to do it, because that means something's fishy. You like fish, Kian?
Yes, actually, but mostly when I'm at the sea.
What's your favorite fish?
I don't know the English word. It's the very flat one where in the course of their adolescence, the eye that would be on the bottom also moves to the top.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, mate. I hear they have really... I think they know they have really good fish in Vilnius, though. Kian can tell you more about that. But Burger, that is a more passive lineup, though, Kian. 4 60 TPs, a 50B, an IS-7, and a Batchan.
Exactly. And on the other hand, we have double 705A, 1 mouse, and quadruple BZ75. So on the defending lineup of Burger, a lot more defensive, although that bat shot is a very, very interesting thing to see here, just driving around the eastern part of the map, taking a lot of map control. And so far, those 60 TPs by Burger are making it kind of impossible to cross up. And now we see what that bat chat is for. He doesn't even opt to shoot, though. Doesn't give his location away. Yes, he does get a lot of info, but still keeps the option to just flank around. Finally, the BZ starting to make their way on top of the hill, having the boosters activated, taking the position. Now, going to be forcing down those 60 TPs quite a bit. And as much as I like the map control that the bat chat is generating, actually, he doesn't really have a lot to say, because all of the tanks on the enemy lineup, they are so healthy that even a full batchat clip would be like, yeah, now I'm down towards a 2-shot.
I hear that if you guess the fish correctly, that Kian was talking about, he will give you a bonus code, right, Kian? Every single one of them.
Man, I don't know where you're hearing those things. It's like you're hearing voices. Anyway, though, one concerning thing is, why is Schick down to 1k HP in his 50B? Is he getting blinded, or what's happening?
Well, initially, I think he took one from D3, like from the 705A, from near you. And then I think he took another one from the hill for peeking the bush. That would explain the loss, right? It's like 2.5k on the 50B? A bit more? No, 2.5k. I think he took one from near you, from that position there, because it does spot him at J6. And then the rest was from the hill. A bit of a misplay. But it's a big chokehold, though, in this defense. The bats will have to leave now. And I think that's a bigger issue for Burger. Like you talked about this bat generating map control. I've seen it in a map guide as well. And really, if you don't have the hill, that position is not useful, is it, Kian?
Yeah, it's almost like Vikshar was trying the 9-0 line boost and then recognizing that, that one isn't really a thing anymore for years now, taking damage for trying to drive away here one of the BZ75s with a good connection into him. And yeah, the Batchat, as much as in map control that it generated, there is no real way of keeping that control. As soon as there is 3k 3.5k HP heavy tanks driving towards you, then all that the Batchat can do is well, crap. And that's exactly what we're gonna see. Hellmind here driving towards that Batchat with his mouse, does finally see him, proxy him that is, and now the Batchat is gonna open up fire, does connect 2. Is he gonna connect the third one is the question. Decides to start driving away. Ooh, even one on the move here, but takes another one by the mouse. And on the hill we have the BZs, although both of them are being turned around here to try to counter the aggression that Burger is trying to put in towards the middle of the map, but they're bleeding for this so heavily.
Yeah, really getting pounded for this. I liked the reaction there, because they felt like they had to do something to save Vic and the ban, and they would probably be in trouble after. But so much damage being taken on Rated, and now Diona is down towards the one-shot. He actually gets picked up. Sisa now getting pushed by the 705A, and Vic actually keeping that mouse busy. And Kian, you gotta say that mouse is 2.2 HP, right? So that is basically the HP difference in the fight. And Lakiner down towards the one-shot, but Chick just about dying before he was about to finish him off. And now Liberty in a lot of trouble himself as he takes one from Lokir, takes another one from Trash Panda. Neruna trying to come in, finish up that 60p, but Ice doing a good move from that face-hack position, still manages to find a kill on the hill. Neruna peeking over and gets raided out of the game. Now Trash Panda and Lokir trying to combine on towards that singular BZ, but they're not really finding any kills.
No kills to be found here as Burger down to 4k HP, and for tanks, well, Cashback still comfortably sitting on 6.5k, double the amount of tanks for the team in purple here that are once again on their mines attack, looking to equalize the scoreline, to actually beat out Burger here. Yes, the attack is not going to be as quick as the one that we saw by Burger, but any attacking team on mines is going to tell you that a win on attack is a big W.
It's so sad watching the i7 and 705A face hug. The i7 likes the pan to go through the 705A upper hull, and the 705A kind of also lacks the pen to really pen the i7 unless he gets a side plate, but that is into gun blocking territory. Oh, I bet those two had a lot of fun. Yeah, that bad shot, Kian. I don't know. I think he had to leave as soon as the BZ's boosted on the hill.
Yeah, and the thing is, as soon as you only have one autoloader in the game, then I feel like in the meta where you have hardening, the autoloader loses a lot of its threat potential, of its importance, because like, yeah, it's annoying if you take a full clip by a 50B or even a Batchat, which is like even like 350 more damage, something like that, but it's not as scary as it used to be, right? A Batchat used to be able to reliably one clip one bat on the enemy team. It's not able to do that anymore. And now we do see on the team of Burger that, yeah, the Batchat did get off 444, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. The 50B also taking a lot of damage early on, losing his scare potential
would be
there.
Very impactful in the way this game played out. If he was able to get on the hill, for example, and make a full clip, kill somebody, live, do it again, kind of game style. But because he was so low HP, just kind of exploded. And yeah, the Batchat definitely doesn't do enough in this. I mean, 1.6. If you look at the average HP of the Cashback team, it's kind of neglectable. It's a bit over 50% of one tank.
Yeah, I mean, average HP over there would be like 2.7, 2.8, maybe even 3k. Doing 1.6 is not really a lot in the grand scheme of things. And this means that after 2 maps and 2 attacking victories on mines, we are going to be heading to the sandy and dusty dunes of Sand River. And Sand River, once again, a map that could go either way, 1-1, 2-0, who knows? But if we go with the predictions of everyone on the casters and analysts' desks, that actually would mean that Burger now need to pick up the pace and win 2-0, otherwise we're all going to be wrong.
It's been a surprising match so far, especially Mines. We'll see if this continues in other games as well, where Mines is played in this fashion, because the map didn't change. So, I mean, and the tanks that they're using also didn't change.
BZ is kind of new. Maybe it has finally arrived in the meta, something like that. And other than that, yes, maybe the tanks that they were choosing didn't change, but other tanks have since changed. For example, the VZ
wasn't picked on mine, so
it wasn't picked. But maybe the VZ, the team's not really seeing it as an option anymore. Actually, has an impact on how people are playing. We are fishing in muddy waters here, I believe. So hopefully we're going to see a bit more mines over the course of this event, just to be able to have more empirical evidence to clear it all up. If the meta finally, after years, has shifted away from mines being a very, very def-heavy map, I'm kind of curious regarding it, honestly. That being said, though, mines has been played, at least in this match. We're now going to go to Sand River, and either team now has the opportunity of putting themselves on a match point here. Score 2-2. You need 4 to win. It's kind of important for both teams here to get that next round on the board, and then you have 2 match points in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, remind me who's attacking and defending first again.
That's a good question. We'll probably be able to tell by the lineups, as probably Burger with the Leo one. Then again, you could be attacking with that one as well. But yeah, other than that, 1277, quadruple IS7, and a 60 TP.
Cashback, on the other hand, double BZ, double 60p at 277, and double CS. So yeah, Burger there. That quad i7, man, that's a lot of them. Especially facing off against these high health pool, high alpha tanks that Cashback is bringing. That BZ 60 TP. And I won't say that the i7 gun is much better than the BZs.
It's still not a good gun by any standards, I don't think. And now we're going to see Burger here on their defense, sending the Leopard 1 towards the middle of the map, sending a lot of the heavy tanks towards south, actually. Only 160 TP to hold passively at the 2 cap, I believe. And for Cashback, it's also a bit of a south commitment, sending mediums to the middle to spot. We can see near you here with the full spotting setup. Purple optics, CDS, and the bounty low noise, I think. And yeah, the Leopard also, well, not as spotting heavy. Turbo, rammer, but he does have the low noise.
Yeah, just that extra camo potential there for the Leo. He does spot BZ 60p going, and at the same time you also see Hellmind here putting his tank to use into pushing that big old 60 TP all the way north. There's an emergency decapper there, which I think is Lexa. And now, though, in the meantime, really quick here from Burger, taking the middle of the map, taking the K-line as well. The Leo will fall back to F8, F9. Watch him on your screens. He's going to go back to the base to cover the 60p, and the 60p will be the one that will have to peak at some point to get like a decap 1. But also at the same time, you see these tanks in the middle. Vic and company should arrive to get those resets.
And I have to say, like, in the past, we saw a lot of those defenses falling apart. Now I feel, though, like Burger, they do have a lot of assets in place to provide those decaps. They have Lexa for the emergency decap, and they also have these IS-7s down here who could provide those long-range AC shots cap back up to 25 seconds. Yes, Lexa is taking damage in return, but we can see that the 277 and the IS-7 here of Burger are able to force Liberty off the angle, and as soon as he's gone, the IS-7s won't really have anyone challenging them anymore. You can see the CS63 driving away. Lexa now able to stay alive, 1 versus 4, while also providing those decaps. He's the playmaker here currently for the team of Burger, and Liberty is going to be caught here in between Lokir and Schick as he's down to 1700, and the 277 surely with the ram.
Big old ram there from Lokir. Liberty getting caught out, but not just Liberty. I mean, the scam play, Kihan, it's not really working out right now. They get those resets. They even find a kill on towards that 60 TP. It's really falling to pieces here for Cashback, and Burger's defense is a bit of an older one, I would say. But they were very quick with the reactions. They had good info as well, though, to work off, but you can see how this attack starts to fail once the middle is taken because of those. That's 245 from HE. That's not bad at all. That's really not bad. Once the mid is taken, you can't really sit on the cap anymore. And if you push through, the Leo has a field day.
Indeed, though, probably with a lot of damage here, and Lexa right now lording over the entirety of what feels like the enemy team here. Triple resets. I mean, cap back up to 10 seconds, but I think the Burger tanks should be able to get those resets. That being said, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, in come the resets once again. Those annoying HE shells on the turret tops, the 60 TPs, the BZs, just too high to stay away from those decaps here, and Lexa still alive and kicking.
Yeah, Lexa there on top. Nice shot there from Chick. Look at the setup as well that these ISMs are using for that extra mobility. HP turbo browsers, it doesn't get much faster than that unless you start bringing speed governors.
Yeah, exactly. I am speed, do the IS-7 say, but who are we to judge them, as they are going to be picking up this round. A bit unfortunate for Lexa not to be hitting that one, but honestly, he probably had a banger. He had a cracker of a game, as, yeah, his team is going to be the first one on the match point here. Burger with the 3-2 and Cashback. Like, for the last few tournaments, we had a lot of those teams on Sand River. Basically, their strategies seem to be, well, throw whatever you have at the 2 cap and see if it sticks. It seems like you know, other teams may, by the name of Burger this time, have found how to deal with it.
The only really way for them around this is if they had something or anybody to push from zero line, where they abandon the cap, they push from zero line to overrun the base. That also counts on them having perfect info on how many tanks are pushing their own base. But I don't think holding C1 and F2 in combination with the cap is the play. And if they kill the 60p, they would have the issue that they have nobody to kill the Leo. If they had somebody to push down zero line, they could pressure the Leo, then perhaps something could be done. But now, even if they would go kill Lexa, what do they gain?
Yeah. The spots onto the cap by the defending team maybe disappear for some seconds, but like the 277 look here, he was already a lot too close when the cap was getting like close to completion there at the end, which was realistically the only thing that Cashback had left. But you can see Lexa just with a cracker of a game, 4k damage, 4k assist, mark goes up.
Mark goes up indeed. Yeah, like they're not having a good time in the 6p. Yeah, this isn't as well as Cashback has done. This was a very simple way of approaching the attack, and I would have been surprised if Burger would have fallen for this, especially with the way they played. Was kind of a direct counter to this, because with the tanks that they have for the side of Cashback, they're not even that quick in the cap. I mean, you have the BZ 60p driving through the middle, and then you have another BZ 60p driving to A-line. It's not like it's 30 seconds on the cap immediately. It took them a while to get there also. Like, gives more time for Burger to push down the middle, get those reset angles, Lexa to get on top of the hill. So that does not help either.
Although I have to say that Burger, they did a good job of essentially recognizing what Cashback was trying to do, because at the start of the game, they were extremely quick with advancing and like taking middle, advancing in the south, pushing that CS63 away, so the opposing team didn't really have spots anymore as to what was happening in the middle, and they were able to just freely get their IS-7s in the middle. And yes, the 4 IS-7s for Burger were the 4 tanks that were the lowest on damage, but the thing is, as long as they do what they're supposed to, which is just keep delivering those AG resets, that doesn't even matter if you have Lexa and Sisa both doing 4k damage each with those 60 TPs and Leopards respectively. So overall, good counter, but I think it can go horribly wrong if they don't judge it right what the enemy team wants to do. But they did it this time, it worked out beautifully, and now they'll be trying to do that once again, because this might be the last round of this match here in the upper bracket. Burger coming into this one, trying to make it 4-2 with triple ISM 1277, double E5, and the bat shot.
Cashback, on the other hand, double 60p and IS7, triple 277, and the CS, still a lot of mobility there available.
A lot of mobility on both teams, I would say. Those IS-7s, yes, they're not the fastest tanks uphill, but on flat ground, if you have like turbo, if you even have fuel or like, removed speed governor, the IS-7 can actually be very quick. And now Cashback and Burger in this game trading a bit in terms of mediums here, how they want to play it. They have the clip potential with the bat shot. They have the single shooter potential with the CS63 that can't really be one clip by the bat shot. If the bat shot doesn't get lucky or sets the CS on fire, something like that, the clip potential is not enough. A bit of a slower opening by both teams though, I would say. We see Cashback with a big focus on towards the 2 cap, and Burger driving middle and south, but that means they're not going to be immediately putting cap pressure.
No, and Cashback, they're keeping all their heavies close at C7, potentially wanting to repush or peek if one of the heavies cross it down the middle, right? And they could all peek him and shoot him. That could have been in play, but now they're gonna need to do something. Oh, near you. Getting punished. Down towards 1.1 already. Then a CS63. He was trying to get some info on the sound, but that I7 there of Lokir pushing up caught him a little bit, and he is gonna be tailing it out of there rather quickly. But for Burger, they have a lot of control over this game already.
Yeah, it feels like they have done a good job of getting map control. That being said though, Burger still on the attack. That means they will have to convert their map control into either damage or cap pressure at some point in time near you. That's going, like, the CS63 on the lineup of Cashback, that's like the most annoying tank to lose HP on, simply because it's the only medium available. And also, when I said, like, at the start of the game, he was not going to be a one-clip for the Batchat, well, that's no longer the case. The Batchat now only needs 3 shots to kill him normally. And Burger sending the 277, named Shake, closer towards the enemy team, but we do see Cashback here with a sneaky rotation, triple 277. I don't think Burger is seeing this one coming. As I said, Dionys and Liberty all start to commit on towards that singular 277 of Burger.
Yeah, Chick there is in a little bit of trouble. He's trying to make it out, hightail it away. Good tracking shot actually from Liberty, but Ice is the one taking most of the damage for this. Down towards 333, and Chick is actually going to escape as well. He runs around that corner. He gets into a little pocket below the hill, and this trap that Cashback tried to spring against Burger is turning in their faces. Now Hellmine says, I'll do it myself. I'll get the 277 out of the game, but at what price, what cost has to be paid for this, as he's down towards 562 HP remaining. The Cashback team rather surrounded here. On the north side of the map, will have Vladislav taking a 1v1 against Lokir, I think that is, but he needs to be careful from Sisa. And now this Cashback team really just surrounded in the middle of the map, Kian.
Yeah, exactly, as we do once again see the duels of the IS-7s in a facehug. That's going to be, a long and gruesome one for either of those, even though Vladislav there with a good penetration in towards the upper shoulder plate of Trash Panda as he drives over. And a bit unfortunate here even. You can see the slight shake of the mouse as he realizes he's getting unlucky with the pens currently, as Sisa picks up Vladislav, and it's going to be Hellmind returning the favor onto Rated, as this is still a free-for-all, but Burger currently, they do have more HP.
Yeah, but the Trash Panda here is also a bit out of the fight, with Sisa as well not really contributing right now. However, near you getting driven down by Victor in that IS-7. Takes one from the 277 though. Lexa picks up Liberty near you now, trying to escape, trying to make it out to survive a little bit longer in this game. Hellman also down towards the one shot. Lakina with all the HP near you does escape here for just a moment of time. Good shot there as well against that IS-7. 2-shottable now. He's a one shot. Can he escape? Near you trying to drive away. No, picks it up, and then the onus fallen to Lexa. Leaves Hellmine and Lakina. Lakina with all the HP for his team was always going to be an issue.
Yeah, Lakina not only the only one with all the HP, now the only one remaining, and he's kind of in the open. So he's going to get picked up. And Burger, after splitting the first 2 maps, after splitting Himmelsdorf and Mines, are going to go through a comfortable 2-0 on Sand River to make everyone's predictions come true and to advance to the next match in the upper bracket, where we will see them later. For Cashback, it's down towards the lower bracket after 1 match already, so we're going to see them tomorrow once again. But first of all, congrats for Burger, or towards Burger, for a pretty good match. I have some lingering questions as towards Mayans and Himmelsdorf, but in the end, solid performance on Sand River.
Yeah, really good stuff on Sand River. They were very well prepared. They didn't have to do too much in this round because Cashback tried to bring it to them by that mid re-push, which they, if they wanted to do it, I think they should have just went the up and over method, because now you saw that they kind of were sideways towards the rest of the team. That was costly. Came within reach at some point, but they were truly ahead most of the time. Yeah, they tried something, it didn't work out. They have another chance tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll be having another chance tomorrow where they'll be fighting it out. First of all, in against the loser of the upcoming match. That is the structure of this event for this time. But yeah, first of all, we'll take a look at the damage numbers, and 2015 once its tanks back. Batcha being a damage dealer.
Yeah. Sisa doing what Kian never could, doing 4K in a Batchat. Don't worry, Kian, I can barely do 4K in a Batchat myself nowadays, so it's very hard. What?
Yeah, no, yeah.
What?
Well, I'm agreeing with you. Whatever.
It was just like such a hostile, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to take a defensive stance and just let the other person talk, because, you know, that helps then in the long run. But yeah, I believe for the time being, that was quite enough from us. Burger there with the first victory of the tournament, taking it 4-2. And congratulations to both of the people waiting to analyze this match. They also got their prediction correct. Insane and Toxic, take it away, guys.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And it was really close between those two teams on the first two maps, but then we saw Burger taking a huge advantage on Sun River. They're going to be winning 4-2 and moving into the next round of the winner's bracket. What's your take on that, Toxic?
I mean, we had some very interesting matches, especially I would say the Mines battles. We had a mid-clash, which is something that happens very rarely. I think Ducky pointed it out. It's either that you are not confident in your defense, or you just think that the enemy's ability to break your defense is so good that you just really want to have this shootout rather. And then also we had in the defense, the team just taking both sides really aggressively, and the attacks were only left with the hills. So those will be interesting to see, but for now, let's maybe take a look at the bracket and see what that means for the rest of the tournament, because we will have Burger advancing over to match 3, where Opur has been waiting for them and probably looking at all of the matches, preparing some counters maybe. What's your take?
Well, first of all, I have to say that Burger and Cashback, the casters mentioned it, they probably train against each other because their playstyle and their decision making in the first two maps was pretty confusing sometimes. You could feel like there were some mind games engaged. Maybe they had clue about the enemy tactic, what they played during training, so they tried to adjust, and it worked better at the end of the day for a Burger advancing in the match number 3, which is going to be a bit later against Opur. Opur having the advantage to be sitting and watching what Burger proposed in the first match of the day. But next up, we have W against Tango. And, well, W, a team that performed really well in the last WoT7 and also 15v15 tournaments, even though it's a bit different. And Tango, that's a team that we have never seen before.
I mean, in Tango, we do have some familiar faces, though.
Yeah.
As we will be seeing later, we have people like Reaction and Vervi, who we have seen on this stage already. And I think Vervi has even played in the W team before, not 100% sure. But for now, let's look at the replays of the last match and analyze what happened there.
Yeah, let's probably take a look at the replays as we were starting between these two teams on Himmels, and we had that pretty controlled, aggressive-ish defense from Burger, and you could see that Cashback, they had a good opening to counter Seisa's position, but later on I have to say that even though we had the feeling Cashback would take it, the shooting was not on point from their side, and Burger managed to take it on their defense.
I mean, this was very all over the place for the first couple of minutes. It was very confusing to watch from times. As you mentioned, it seemed like these teams pretty much knew what the other team was doing, and it was just mind games going on. So we had some very unorthodox positions and pushes. But in the end, Burger was able to keep their HPs together, mainly due to bad shooting of Cashback. And they went home with the victory, having 3 tanks left and 4,000 HP. So not quite a stomp, but still very convincing.
Yeah, I mean, that VZ missed 2, 3 to 4 shots, and that's definitely not what you want to have with the Tango 395 each pen. Next up, I have to admit that the way Cashback played on their defense was perfect, considering the fact Burger bring that to 6-8 to utilize on the hill to get the angles and to try to get the damage done on those tanks on the lower side with the heat pen from range. You could see Niu went for the perfect play, going from the donut aggressive into the culture, into the corner, taking down the 277, and then forcing Burger into the move. You could see that Cashback was the defending team, but they had the lead. They were driving this game the entire time, and Burger didn't have the answer for it.
I mean, you pointed out it's just really well done to base your entire attack around playing more towards the hill, so the 268 doesn't really get the chance to put his shots in there. So the 268, if I recall correctly, he did have top damage in the end of the game, but it was mainly due to stats padding at the end. Here he had some free shots that gave him damage, but he was really no impact in that match. Going over to mines, this is what I mentioned previously. We had this very interesting shootout right at the start with a lot of BZs, some 705As and D5s.
I think this is where I want to point out the mind games, because from the side of Cashback, you're never gonna win this engagement on the middle, considering you have two 705As against double E5, which is really good DPM wise. Even the Hori, I mean, good DPM, good mobility, good alpha damage. You could see that Burger, they had the advantage because they could take the peak advantage on the mids, and then the lower HP like Lexa, Victor, even Trash Panda, they could just go back, get safe, and they could continuously just pick with the tanks with HP. So I think that Cashback, they went for some defense that would possibly work if Burger went for some straight 1-2 aggression or over the base 1, but they opted for something pretty standard going over the mid, so it was probably not the right bet for them.
And I mean, we have Burger here in their defense also trying something very interesting. They instantly had their IS-7 fully pushed through the one line, the bed shot pushed to C9, and the main issue here was the bed shot just didn't rotate out. So you have a very fast tank and just decide to have him stationary, no real reason for that, and that forced them into this awkward hill repush that we just saw, and Cashback obviously will be ready for that and just says thank you for your free HPs, and in the end, thank you for the victory.
Yeah, it was convincing from the side of Cashback because of Burger making mistakes on their defense. They had all the informations of the world. The IS-7 was pushed up to E2 almost instantly, going for the water side, so they could see the full rotation. They didn't need the Batchat to stay over the base 1 over like C9, and he overstayed here and gave the opportunity to Cashback to catch him. Then there's a bit of an overreaction trying to repush the hill because it was definitely not going to work. So it was 2-2 tied between the two teams, and then we had Cashback actually going pretty much all in over the base 2 play, but Burger was on point to get the resets.
Yeah, I don't know about this attack, to be honest. We've seen this quite a lot actually in recent events, that teams just throw everything they have onto this 2-cap and hope that it works. But I think we have only ever seen it work once or twice, so I'm not really sure why teams still opt to go for this. Maybe they have better result in their scrims, but it's definitely not working out in the main stage, and Burger just ready for it. They still have 7 tanks alive when the game is basically over. Cashback, no tanks, no HPs, no positions, and Burger just really well rotated here, really well played, and just digging Cashback out.
I mean, I've seen some similar games and even played some similar games in the past, and I can tell you that from the defending side, if you're slightly too late or if you don't have the right RNG to just get the decaps with HE, you may have a bad surprise, and Cashback could have got that on their attack. At some point, it was only like 5 seconds left on the cap, so with a bit of bad luck, maybe it could have worked out, but good reaction, pretty fast. And next up, Burger, they had some pretty established attack, and Cashback tried to go for some baits, tried to go to pick up Cheek, but you could see that Burger, the overall map control they had, all the coverage, they managed to lock down all of these Cashback tanks in the middle and completely surround them, taking their victory on some Beaver.
I mean, again, Burger just showing that they know how to rotate, showing their knowledge and really also experience in these kind of tournaments. That's kind of what we expect for them. You know, we all coincidentally predicted 4-2, which was the end result. And I promise you guys, this is not scripted. We are seeing live games. So we got correct predictions here. Burger showing off what they can do. And let's see if they can also bring this kind of performance later in the tournament versus teams the likes of Opur, who really has been on the top of the food chain for quite some time now.
Yeah, I mean, Opur, Hit and Run, both of those teams also going to be playing later this year in the WCI, if I'm not mistaken. So very solid teams in 77. They managed to perform in all the past 77 tournaments, even winning some. So it's going to be definitely a good challenge for Burger. But Burger, this team, they were mainly known as GDV1. And we have seen in the past that they were capable of completely dominating, that they did in one of the WoT7 tournaments. After that, maybe the performance was not on point, but they're definitely trying to get back on track, and that could be the tournament for it. With that being said, Toxic, this is the time to talk about the second match of the day between two teams. It's W that we are really happy to see once again after the performance in 15v15. They're going to be playing this time against Tang, which is Tango, actually. Tango, yeah. Which is
Tango, and we have some no names in here that even I, recognize. We have Vervi, we have Reaction, the bench sitter, we have Vessi, so quite some names that you know. But on the same time, W, they have been performing admirably, both in WoT7 and Clan Showdown recently, and obviously also quite some big names, especially Hannes showing off here. Very tight prediction here between W and Tango. I feel like that's pretty fair to both those teams, and we're definitely gonna have a close match on our hands.
Yeah, definitely who's going to take the victory, W Tango, we're going to find out shortly. But just before that, we're going to go back to the cast desk to have the full introduction for that match, the pick and bounce, the insight for our experts. Kian and Daki, please take it away.
Well, hello and welcome back with, gleaming, smiling Ducky and I. We're going to be here for the second match of the day. It's going to be Team W against Team Tango, and while Tango is maybe not a well-known name yet, the players within the team certainly are, as we are going to be hopping first of all into the W team under their captain, the Polish Diamond Frugo, but he's got some support with him. He's got Ali, he's got, most importantly, Clutch Bart, and some other really good players to show for it. What's your take, Ducky?
W, I mean, they're an established team now, right? There's expectations on their shoulders. Sadly for them, they didn't make it to China. You and me didn't make it, though. So there's that. Just become casters. It's that simple. So they narrowly lost out in the last, WoT7. And then they also narrowly lost out against Opur in the last chance wildcard tournament for the WCI, right? So twice there. Very, unlucky is maybe not the word, but
unfortunate if you're a fan for them.
Unfortunate, yeah. But they're coming up against this team, and I'm going to be honest, they should smash this team.
Yeah, Tango newly formed here, coming in under Sir Jacob, and then we have some well-known names. I mean, Vervi, Lukin, Wessi, Mr. Panda, Reaction, never a crazy word, Infinity. I mean, the names are known. It's just that the team is new. And new, by all standards, when it comes to World of Tanks team, doesn't always mean good.
Wow. That's shade, Kian. Shade. Himmels, Moro, and Tundra are going to be the maps we're playing. W removing Cliff. Interesting that they decided to go for that. And Tango, Prokhorovka. Prokhorovka is a really hard map to play, I think, for a team that hasn't been playing together for that long, just because of the rotations that you need to have down to really make that map work, especially on your defense. Mine's being removed, smart choice, I think, there. We already have Tundra, which is a 1-1 map coming out then next. However, I think for most teams, winning on Tundra attack is more likely than winning on Mines attack. So then Sun River gone, Ghost and gone, and then Steps as the finisher if we get there. But I really don't see this match getting to that point where we will need a tiebreaker.
Yeah, no. I mean, the maps that we have at hand are already very, very volatile, if that's a word that makes sense in that context. Himmelsdorf can be a 2-0. Morovanka can be a 2-0. Tundra, less likely, but, if either Himmels or Morovanka are a 2-0, then having the other two maps as a 1-1, that would mean that we're not going to go to Steps. It remains to be seen. We outlined it that essentially W should be the favored team here.
By far.
As, they are more experienced. They have consistently, and that's always the thing, right? They have consistently shown us in the past events that they are here to stay. And for Tango, I mean, maybe the good thing for them can be that they don't really have a lot of expectations on them, so they can just freely play. I mean, if they get sweep, then, unlucky, so be it. But if they actually manage to show up, and even more importantly, if they actually manage to take the W here in this match, then, it's a nice thing on top. Maybe we're seeing the rise of a new team here. Obviously, it is still very, very early days. For the second time of today, though, Himmelsdorf is going to be our map number 1. And to be honest, together with Cliff, I don't mind seeing a bit of Himmelsdorf every day.
No, it's just able to be played in many different ways. And all of us going with 4-2s, copying each other's homework yet again.
Exactly. I mean, all of us were correct last time, so we'll see what happens this time. But yeah, I think it is fair to say that W should be the favorite team here, vastly. They have the experience, they have the past achievements to show for it. They do certainly have the individual player skill. Where sometimes it's a bit weird to see them is, you know, sometimes the tactics seem to be really good and super on point. Sometimes stuff just keeps falling apart. But that was, you know, less prevalent over the last iterations of the tournaments. Just, you know, the quirks, the kinks of a new team getting worked out by now they're established. So maybe great things to come from them. And Tango, they will have their hands full with trying to stop this rolling train here of W's.
Can they do it, though? That's a big question. For them, it's important to get a strong start here. Picking up the first round on Himmels would do that exactly. But are they capable of reaching this point? I don't know. Like, for me, this match is all about, is W really on form? The way we expect them to play? And can Tango actually bring up a challenge against this team?
Exactly, and that is also where we're gonna have the like a lot of questions that we might have towards the W team are gonna get answered. Like, are they really this well-established team, or was it maybe a one-off, a two-off? Because the thing is, realistically, the best performances that we saw them do was in one WoT7, then the WCI last chance show match, and then 15v15. But we all know, for example, by teams that in the past, like Raid, for example, like even if you have a great 15v15 team, 7v7 is an entirely different matter.
Yeah, that's a very different ball game in that kind of game. We'll see what it will be. I'm really curious how Tango will perform. Is it weird that I have low expectations?
I mean, they are the underdog. They are new, even though their players are, you know, very well known and some of them even respected in the competitive community. So it's not really surprising to see them in the playoffs. It's not surprising to see them here, but you know, we all know that the playoffs, they are a different kind of ball game than, you know, qualies, even group stage. Because historically, for example, the teams like Inbil in the group stage, they didn't really always show the best performances there, but when it then came to the playoffs, they were mostly on point and just, you know, clapping cheeks. And that is exactly what W has come here to do. First of all, though, Tango's lineup are coming in with the double 50B, double 705A, and the triple 277.
Triple 277 versus W's double 60, triple 60 DP actually. An IS4, a mouse, a 277, and an E5. No shenanigans here so far.
No, and more importantly, no TD with 395 pen on either side. Instead, though, Tango bringing that double 705A, and I think last tournament those 705As were like super niche, super edge cases. This tournament they're seeing a lot of use, and I wonder what made all of those teams like go so much more with 705As. Like, what changed compared to the last tournaments? Because the tank didn't, as we said already. Now, though, Tango sending triple 277 through that 1-2 line, sending double 50B through the courtyard, and this could be, well, an interesting opening for Mr. Panda, certainly, as he takes 2k to the face down to 600 immediately.
I mean, that's a spotting run in a 50B, I guess. Taking 2k is not really where you want to be, and for W, this is perfect. Yeah, and they're kind of grouped already on the south side of the map. They have seen some of these 277s now. They've already basically killed the 50B. It's just all in all chilling for them. They're like, okay, thanks, guys. Because look at Tango's lineup. The only two tanks that can really hold are 705As, and they're both in the 8 line.
Exactly. Now, triple 277 here in the Mercedes. Just waiting, and now we can see Ali from that hill getting a shot into Sir Jacob. So time here for Tango is actually running low, because Ali, he has that crossfire into the courtyard from the top of the hill here, is able to provide fire, but now I think he's deciding to drive off to help his tanks seek that decision actually immediately in the lower sides, because I think that is where we have arrived here in this match, is where W, like, they're just winning on trades. Tango is realizing this, so they need to find an opening somewhere. Are they going to find it? Not sure, as Reaction takes one in the 50B. Loop, though, pretty isolated.
Yeah, Loop might be isolated, but look at the HP already. It's 6,000 HP lead for W. Lip is even going to try and survive a little bit. That forces Reaction into Barkis, who's also giving shots. Mr. Panda actually falls to that 60 TP before anything else happens. And now, though, you have the issue that the W tanks are just better for trading. They have that 60 TP combination, the mouse, the IS-4. And what are they facing off against? 277s. And as good as a 277 is, when it's alpha trades against superior numbers, it's going to be pretty hard for them. I mean, sure, Tango is trying to put up a fight here. We can just see them start to trail. And Dutch Bard, Clutch Bard actually, in the mouse, he should have renamed for this tournament, to be honest, is coming in as well. And honestly though, Kihan, gotta give it to Tango. They brought it ever so close, which is already to a surprise.
Yeah, exactly. After their opening, where they essentially lost to 50B for free, it's kind of surprising to see them still go 4v4, 5k versus 6.5k. Dutchbot now driving in. Good shot on towards Infinity, who he himself bounces, and that is probably going to secure the deal, as the 277 is, I think, going to get one more good shot into the mouse. Instead, it's going to be Dutchbot clutching it here against the 277, but the HP, they tell the story of the game. W still 5k to work with. Tango, they have one shot, they have two of them. Both of them are probably going to drop soon, as Itox with the IS-4 with all the HP is behind Luke and shuts him down, and is going to continue firing into Vervi, who does get another good connection. But W, the favorites in this match, they are going to stay true to that reputation. They're going to be putting themselves up 1-0, but this one was closer than you'd think after how it started.
Yeah, it became a lot closer. Not sure what happened. Maybe the Tango guys found some isolated tanks like the 60 TP, but it was never really out of control for W, to be honest. It could have gotten out of control if Bard would have lost his 1v1 against the 277. Then you start thinking, okay, now you have to deal with that 277 as well, which is going to be annoying crossfire. That didn't happen. I mean, being gifted a 50B in the beginning for free is already one thing, but then the tank for tank combination that you're fighting, 277 versus 60 TP, you know, it's rough.
And you have to wonder, right, whether Tango was trying to counter something that that W was trying to do here, because it felt like the triple 277 directly driving down rails together with that 1-2 50B combination going through the courtyard. I felt that it was designed to counter something, which obviously ended up not happening. I mean, one of the 50Bs almost immediately getting shut down, and like it's such a bad feeling in like a 50B to fall down towards a one shot at the beginning of the game, because obviously how the tank works is you want to keep your HP as long as possible to be able to do those 1-for-4 or 2-for-4 trades at the end of the battle. But you simply can't have an impact if you're already down towards a one-shot, because yes, he was down to like 550, but on the opposing team you had like triple 60 TP.
Yeah, he was basically one shot for everybody, like, and if everybody relevant. I was going to kill him in one go. Reminds me of playing Onslaught with Kian, to be honest. It's like I pick 50B, 3 seconds later Kian's like 200 HP, and you're like, Kian, what happened? I got some info.
Indeed. Trading HP for info is, well, some teammates would argue not the most effective of strategies, but, you know.
But if it works, Kian.
Indeed, if it works, it works. So
just like you had to work to get in gold this season, huh?
I am in gold. That's all that matters.
Yeah, but you had to work for it, no?
I am going to be in gold 2 more times. That's my goal, actually, to get the Hurricane. But yeah, anyway, 1-0 here for W. Tango, I mean, it kind of speaks for them that, you know, they managed to almost come back. It wasn't really ever super close, but it kind of speaks for them that they didn't completely fall apart, which is already, you know, something. Round number 2, they'll have another shot at it, but already the concerns are starting to
No,
I'm
not willing to hear this, bro. For tournaments upon tournaments, you preach that a team is not in trouble until it's match point. So don't start now saying that the concerns are rising when it's 1-0.
Maybe the concerns are starting to crawl on the horizon, somewhere there. Not there
Just
yet.
like he had crawled home on a good Saturday for many years when he was a young lad and he was still able to crawl. Now he goes on all 4 because it's easier.
It seems you know me too well, Ducky.
I have some videos.
Huh? The forbidden scriptures, the forbidden footage. Oh no. But yeah, anyway. Team Tango here. They are not in trouble. Okay, I'm not gonna say it. But most certainly the match did start off how we expected it to. So if it goes how we expected it to as well, then it's not going to be a fun ride for them from here on out. And yeah. And the thing is also, like, if you directly lose this first match here, then you drop down to the lower bracket, and who are you gonna play? Well, the loser of the other upper bracket match, that's also supposed to be a stronger team than you. So, I mean, it is one round in. So let's see if they are able to bring it back here in round number 2. Or if W is actually able to secure the quick 2-0 victory here over Tango, and then we'll be able to move on the next map. Lineups, I think, should be coming up soon. And here we go. Tango with a double 60TP, 150B, 1 ISM, double mouse, and an E5.
E5 to round it up. W bringing their own E5. The recently buffed SD2 ×2 as well. That is 4 barrels on 2 guys. That's Kian's wet dream. And then triple 60p and a 113 to round it off.
You know, honestly, that's a bit unfair play by W. Like, they have 9 guns. The other team only has 7. So... But yeah, SC2 recently been buffed. I don't think the buffs were super substantial. I don't think they suddenly made an out of meta tank the meta tank for everything and everyone. But obviously any kind of buff is appreciated. And now we see Frugo here. Heat preloaded on 2 of his guns. Obviously 880 alpha if you manage to connect both, which is kind of substantial. It does beat most of the tier 10 TDs as well that would get picked here. Still, kind of a curious pick. I think the ST2 doesn't even get the 340 heat pen, right? That, for example, the 113 gets.
No, it doesn't. Crazy Ware on the Hill doesn't connect either. Are we going to watch Mr. Panda go through the similar story as we saw rated? He does have 2 mouses behind him, though.
Yeah, and the mouses are not yet spotted. So Loop or Peaks takes 1. Does not take more, but I think he decides it's probably going to be better for him if he doesn't take those peaks again. Obviously knows now that one of the mouses has shot at him, but they're still lacking the info on the second one, and this first shot of damage means that Tango is now ahead 1.5k, which is nothing to scoff at.
But how do they approach this attack, though? When they're looking at it now, they're all really centered around the 8 line. Which doesn't really result into too much. And Frugo is he joining the courtyard? Ooh, reaction getting split out. Frugo is starting to join inside of the courtyard. Might want to even challenge this IS7. It does look like right now for W, their focus is still the 8th line.
Yeah, as we see here, Lucan with the 60TP aiming in towards the 8 line. That's actually a very annoying position now. For the side of W, that this 60TP has managed to drive over the hill. Derby there in the mouse taking a shot, but does have a repair kit for the Emmerich. And now Lucan here, he has shown himself. So the team of W, they know that one of these 60TPs is very, very far in the north. Itox there with a swing not connecting onto Infinity, but I think the other tank from K K5 actually able to shoot
Yeah,
on towards
D5.
Infinity, who needs to evacuate from that 8 line, but now in comes the 50B from the other side. Reaction there. Make that 1, make that 2, make that 3, and make that a 4th shot. Itox reduced to half HP.
Yeah, good clip there from Reaction, coming in with his 50B, and now they are springing on towards Mr. Panda, though, in that IS-7. They want to take him out. Can they actually achieve it? Oh, White Rock missing there. That's going to be annoying for them. Frugo now coming in as well, but his ST2 gives a nice connection there. White Rock now takes one from Lukin as well from the back lines, and there is still the mouse and the 60B covering here. Frugo taking another one, this time from that mouse. He's going to try and get this IS-7 out, but he's kind of low rolling as well. He's going to need 2 more shots to do it.
Exactly, 483 certainly not a one-shot for one of the guns of the ST2 that could obviously peek and try to do it with a salvo as Ali taking a big swing there from Infinity. Both of those 60TVs trying to cover in the 8 line however they are able, however they are possible, but from the back lines actually we have to watch Lukin in his 60TP. He has come closer because there is a lot of information now gained by either team, and Tango on the trades here. Yes, Mr. Panda is very low, but Tango, they are 3k HP ahead.
And position-wise, they're pretty good as well. They have now pressured back the K-line because, you know, Itox there was a bit greedy on Infinity. Reaction gave him the clip, and you could see the result of that. He's now down towards 500. He can't really hold anymore. But then you look at the F-line, and you see those 3 tanks kind of stuck there. And Bart, I think, is just going to manhandle Mr. Panda here. Clutch Bart coming in, knows what needs to be done, gets the kill. He says, thank you very much for that, guys. Making me look good again. Appreciate that. That was good for W. They needed that to clean up. Bit lack of cover, I guess, for that IF-7 at the end there. But now, Tango, Kihan, the time, they've lost this opportunity to kill Itox in the south IMO. Barkis has fallen back from that established K4 deep position back towards J23, and time is really not in their favor anymore.
Yeah, time is going to be the issue for the team of Tango that do still have 2k HP more to work with, but we can see that 113 of White Rock. Normally the 113, a pretty annoying tank to play with in a side scrape here, but because the 60TP doesn't even have the best of heat penetrations, it actually does end up working out for White Rock here. Mostly, that is, as his next shot does not connect either in towards the 60TP, but it doesn't really need to at the end of the day, because 2 minutes and 35 seconds, and by that time Tango will need to have done it. But the thing is, W, they were able to evacuate the lowest HP tank that they have, and that is Itox that took the clip earlier from Reaction here. Itox with a good first shot into Dutchbart does not get the second connection, and it seems like Dutchbart has come safe. Never mind that. Taking 1k in total here, down towards 500, and now Lukin, not sure what he's doing, some mental gymnastics even, but does end up taking a lot of damage here, does end up having to drive in, end up having to drive to facehug, and this is just throwing a tank away, my dude.
Yeah, he didn't realize that those guys from the F-line have actually rotated back across, which was a great move from W. They pulled back that ST2, that 60TP. They were going to go kill Lukin anyways, like they were pushing up towards him to peek him and shoot him. This just sped up the process by quite a bit. Furry finds Lipto, and it's still Tango that currently has the lead in this battle. Barkis is now coming in with Itox to try and clean up the south. Itox with a good shot there, gets Sir Jacob out. Now Barkis will probably take one more for this. He's going to try and side scrape against that 60TP, who has no driver. But wow, big shot from Infinity, 904. That could matter in the long run. Reaction now coming in as well. They're going to try and clean up the 8 line. They will find that Frugo ST2. They will find Ali in that 60p as well, and that carries a lot of the HP. But look again at the time, Kihan. It's maybe a little too late.
Yeah, maybe it is too little too late here, as Ali, they're unable to pick up the 50B.
They need to triple cap.
That's going to be a big one moving forward, because that is the one single mobile tank, really mobile tank, that Tango have remaining. But the thing is, Itox already starting to run towards the hills, starting to run to be able to hide, as 3 tanks by Tango are very close towards the 1 cap, but White Rock in that hold-on position. They're not going to be digging him out. Another reset coming out onto Crazy War, who's going to take one more on the shot by Barkis. Beautiful positioning by the players of W here. Tango will not be able to cap, and yes, Tango with a good showing, but once again, no, it's not going to be enough against the team of W. But this one,
Crazy Work can still drive back towards the cap, but I even think that would not be enough time with 15 seconds left. I mean, Furby is going to peak. They're going to try with Crazy Work to go towards Barkis, but 10 seconds left. Yeah, we mentioned it at some point, right? The time that was left started to be a concern. And it was. It really was at the end of the day. They took too long to decide what their move was going to be. And that's also a thing that you got to be able to manage on the attack.
Yeah, time management here. Not perfectly handled, I think, by the side of Tango. In the end, it wasn't really a lot of time that was missing, right? It was like 20 seconds, which is... yeah, very, very little, but sometimes can be an extremely long time that you're missing. And this means that a W after round number 2 are going to be on a comfortable 2-0, which in the end, holy moly, Barkis. What's happening, my dude?
Yeah, Barkis popping off in that E5 did a really good job. Outside of that, no real like standout low performances for W. I mean, Bart didn't really have the greatest game of his life. Barkis made good moves. You know, he pushed up to the church. He did some shots against Infinity, and then he left again. So all around good. But for Tango, man, they had it.
They literally did.
They had it until they didn't have it.
That is always such a weird thing to say. But yes, I think if Tango makes the moves like more aggressively sooner, and also like I am not sure what that commitment in by Lukin was in that 60 DP. Maybe if he's able to stay alive longer, give like one more shot, then they're able to secure the cap earlier. Maybe that would help. But yeah, in the end, narrow victory here for W, but nonetheless a victory, putting them up on a 2-0, which means that now we're going to be moving to the lush forests of Morovanka.
And going in tomorrow with a 2-0 for W, you could say that both teams are favored on their attack on Moro. I think that's fair, right? So if that's likely, then W picks up at least one round. Let's give Tango one as well. Then we go to Tundra, though. And Tundra attack?
Pretty hard 1-1 as well.
If everything goes according to plan, we're walking away with 4-2 here. Actually, no, 4-1.
4-1, yeah, because
Yeah,
W
is attacking first.
would attack first on Tundra.
There goes our prediction, man.
I mean, we already had one correct. That's like, I think, above average for me in a single day.
More like above average for you in an entire event.
I remember there was one tournament where...
Listen, guys, there was this one time where I got multiple corrections right. I remember it well. It was back in 69.
I was actually gonna take off about one tournament where I think I didn't get a single prediction right, and it was like even a 3-day event.
A different end of the story.
Yes, quite different. Let's also hope for a different end of the story for the team of Tango here, because they're gonna be kicking themselves a bit, man, especially after that second round of Himmels. And it's always so annoying as a attacker when like you have the round, but then you don't have it because of time. That means you could have had it if you had played better.
Yeah, but I think there we can see a bit of the inexperience that we're talking about, a bit of the issue that they haven't played together for that long, is that they took very long to make the end game move, the one that was going to close the round, where they gave W a lot of time to rotate, get Barkis, for example, in a better position, let Frugo escape. It just all takes a bit too long, you know?
Yeah, indeed. If it takes too long. And that has been repeatedly in the past a problem for other teams as well. I think most, like, we're calling them out every single tournament, time and time again, right? But, you know, CSA, they were a known team to, you know, not win their attacks because of time and playing the defenses very, very slowly. And that not only makes you predictable, that also is problematic. If your time management is simply not on point, then you're going to struggle every single attack that you have, and those are going to be 50% of the rounds that you play in a tournament. So I guess let's hope that it will go better for Tango here. That being said, it's going to be their attack on Murvanka, which is supposed to be the favored side after the changes to the map. And I can't wait to actually see the tanks. The lineups, here we go. Tango with triple S-Conk, 1 mouse, double IS-7, and 60 TP.
60 TP against W's triple 60 TP, IS-7, mouse, bat, and CS. So mobility-wise, W has that combination of mediums, right?
The thing is, what I just noticed is, I think those are the first S-Conks we're seeing.
Yes, that's correct.
Like, that is very, very few S-Conks compared to past events, if memory serves correctly. Like, S-Conk was basically given on almost any kind of map, but I think people are just recognizing how powerful the E5 as a tool has become, because it doesn't do the same thing. It's slightly different, but they are falling like into the same category of tank, I would say.
No, it doesn't. But this lineup here from W with that bad CS combo. I mean, it's a CS and IS-7 clearing 0 line. It's just really hard on Muro nowadays to use that mobility properly.
Indeed. And we'll have to see if they will be able to do it. Very, very one-cap focused by the defenders, by the way, by the team of W. But we can also see that Tango, I think they're playing a small bit of a bait where you have like triple IS-7 close, or triple level tank actually, excuse me, close towards the one cap and are threatening to play there. So you're kind of hoping that the opposing team, you know, plays extremely aggressive forest, but they're doing that already preemptively. And the thing is now, that CS63 in the northeast, it's going to have free play, and that 60 TP of Lucan is going to be in a bit of trouble. That being said, though, good shots by the team of Tango, who have already established a tank on the cap as well.
Yeah, they do have one IS-7 on the cap. And they have quite a bit of forest control still as well. I mean, you have Lucan and Jacob. That is really hard for Lip and Barkis to go through, you know. It may seem 2v2 on paper, but just the sheer HP advantage that they have on those two tanks makes it so unlikely that you want to go for this play, that you have those two tanks that are kind of useless in the forest right now. And Infinity can't really be reset. So what does W do?
I think W are trying to find out more about what Tango is currently doing. You can see here the mouse, the double IS-7, all of them lined up, and I think the CS now is just going to push that IS-7 on towards the long rotation. Both of them need to be very careful not to get spotted by that 60 TP. That's pushed up far, that's pushed up deep, and yeah, they do make it here, but the time is ticking, and that rotation is going to take at least another half a minute, at which point in time it would be down to 20 seconds. Double cap now started, so 20 seconds. The rotation is not going to hit in time anymore. Someone's going to have to reset.
Yeah, they'll have to go on 1-2. Itok's leading the charge now in the mouse, but I don't even know if he gets it on time. It's going to be on Yuzek. That poor 60 TP will have to peek into all of the guns from W. Can they actually do something against it? He takes one already. The mouse rolls off the cap, so Jacob doesn't want to contest with that anymore, but I think he should have forced Yuzek to peak fully. But still, we can see W already starting to struggle a little bit. Frugo taking one, taking two, taking another one, and they're all here for the side of W. But Tango has the masses as well. Even the 60p from the forest is there as well. Now Bark is pushing through. They're going on towards Reaction. They're going on towards Vuri. But can they actually make this work? They're already down about 5k, trying to get that first S-Kunk out of the game. He does fall, but White Truck in the background has a short-lived life as well in return for that. Now moving on towards Vuri, but still, there's the S-Kunk at C3 that lays down the law from behind. Infinity yet still alive as well. And in the meantime, you can see Lucan and Jacob moving on towards Yuzek and Ali. Ali wants to go take down Infinity, but for W, this defense seems to currently be falling to pieces as Jacob simply rams the 60p to death. Infinity yet still alive for a second more, and W's defense got absolutely danced apart by Tango.
Yeah, Tango there, finally, with the first victory in this match number 2 here in the WoT7. They're gonna sweep in, and they're gonna sweep over the 3 remaining tanks of W in this round that didn't really have an answer towards what Tango was doing here. Just every single thing well thought out, and I think the biggest problem for the side of Tango here was that they did have this forest presence with the ISM and the CS63, but the simple presence of the kind of tanks that Tango had positioned close towards the forest made this what should have been an advantage theoretically with all of the map control. It just negated it to a point where they were able to do the simplest of things. Put an IS-7, hold down into the cap, and then just wait for the opponent to make a mistake.
Sometimes that's all you gotta do. They had all their angles covered. They knew that the forest was not really under pressure. Sometimes a simple move like this is what gets you the round, and it did. I think Jacob could have kept the cap going a little bit longer, even to force Uzek to really peak. But even without, it's such a hard push. When you will do this one to push, you expect to hope to play against like 5 tanks. They played against 7.
And yeah, I mean, Uzek there, it's kind of how he plays it, like how his style is, if he tries to bait out of shot or not. But in the end, he's already there. He's in a win-win situation. Like whatever he does, it's going to be good for his team. Like just one of the decisions is maybe a bit better. But we do see that Tango, they can be a good team if you give them an opening. They will just sweep in and take the round away from you. Itox there with his mouse trying to do what he can for W, but I think in the end it was just a win by strategy for the team of Tango.
Strategically, the Tango setup was perfect for what was going to happen. I mean, reaction. I think you should expect more than one shot from him. Luckily, it doesn't matter in this game, but I mean, come on, Key, come on.
6-5. Even I would accept criticism there.
What do you mean, even you? What do you mean, even you, bro? What? Dude, you would be the I7 on the cap.
Yeah, that would be that would mean
because
I would win the game for my
I would
team.
expect you to die. If they push you, that means the better players get to shoot for the damage. Yeah.
You know, I would just call myself an enabler then, enabling my team to win.
Enable your
game.
FC to get mad and complain is what you mean.
Yeah, see, I'm giving you a lot of opportunities. Like anywhere where we play together, like I don't even understand how you can be mad at that. But yeah, in the end, good for Tango though that they are able to pick up their first round here in the match, because if W were actually able to win the Mura defense, then, you know, match point 3-0, you're supposed to, or you are probably the worst team. Like right now, the rounds that we saw, you could argue, should Tango be winning the second Himmels? In the end, they didn't, so it doesn't matter what we argue. W now have the supposedly easier thing of attacking Moravanka, which would be putting them up to match point, where at least at this point in time, I think we could be saying that Tango would be in trouble. But in the end, it's good to see them showing up.
Yeah, it is indeed good to see them showing up. At least pick up a round. However, if they win now the second round of Muro, that's immediate 2-2, where anything can really happen. W looked a bit confused here on the defense. To be honest, Muro defense is not the easiest one, though. Let's see how they do on their attack.
Exactly. I'm also interested, once again, how the teams are gonna make the decision making in between E5 and Skong, because I think a huge argument for the Skong on Moravanka is all of the fences that are like spread out everywhere, which would be catching all of those heat shells by the E5s, but you know, the APCR by the Skongs, well, it does lose a bit of pen, I think 25 per, but at the end of the day, you still want the shell that, you know, penetrates the obstacles and then keeps going. It was also very interesting to me last round that, you know, normally the team that has the medium advantage on Moravanka is mostly able to like generate map control, generate angles, play it slow. That wasn't really the case here last round, because like the attackers, Tango, they just had entrenched heavy tanks with a lot, and by a lot I mean a humongous chunk of HP, where it wouldn't have made sense for the defenders to like invest the time of the medium tanks to chew through that and then come to the cap, because at that point it's already capped through. Maybe a new kind of meta to be played, like very heavy / super heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of already the trend though, super heavy, to be honest. I mean, it's not something too new. It's surprising that they didn't have a single medium on the side of Tango. You could usually see that CS or BAT. They just went for the 7 heavies. And you can see that the CS and BAT from W did struggle a lot with that because of the way that they don't really have an opening into the game. Could it be different? Sure. If the BAT shot was in the forest, it could have been different. They could have jumped to 60 TP, for example. There's opportunities then there, but he was on 1-2. So you can still use those things. However, it's pretty hard.
Yeah, now as the battle opens, we see the double bat setup by a Tango, complemented with another autoloader. So I was voicing my concerns why we didn't see the VZ anymore. It is there. Derby playing it, and yes, the gun kind of got nerfed regarding its handling, regarding the intraclip. But, you know, if you're up close and personal with your opponents, then 1k damage is still 1k damage. And the APCR of that tank also makes it kind of easy. That being said, Reaction kind of making a blind play here on towards the S-Conk, and Uzek's going to be like, thank you very much for that one. Reaction taking 2 shots directly to the face.
Yeah, it's going to take 1 or 2 more for running away. Lucan taking 1 as well. Reaction. He's actually going to battle it out. This is the bravest French player I've ever seen in my life, to be honest. Usually they would turn around and run away straight. This one decides to trade it out in some way, shape, or form. That didn't end up working. So first tank down for Tango. Reaction in the grave.
Yeah, catastrophic opening, catastrophic start.
Blind, super blind.
Yeah, for the side of Tango. And that's always the problem with blind openings, right? Sometimes they work, but sometimes they end up blowing up completely in your face. And now Tango, that we're probably counting on having a very, very heavy and successful presence in the eastern part of the map, have to double back, have to default back to some passive hold with the Batcher to spot for the E5, and that only leaves 4 more tanks for the other side of the map, but we see the Mouse is already committed in, so Jacob there in the middle with that Mouse is not really going to have a say either if the tanks of W actually want to overpush the 1-2 cap, which seems to be the case right now, after getting that very, very crucial early info and an even better kill. They're just, you know, saying like, all right, we got a little W there. Let's just try on the other side. Maybe there's some easy pickings. And we do see that there is not really a lot by the players of Tango there that could immediately help. And now Tango, I think they're putting all their eggs in one basket, realizing they're down a tank, down a player. They're starting to drive in towards the forest, but W has completely evacuated already.
He immediately evacuated already, but 67, I mean, they're just taking the cap for free now, Kian. Sure, the forest is open, but this amount of cap pressure will amount to a lot. The only thing I don't like, I think we agree, is that the church is for free for Jacob. That could bring some damage in, and it is actually doing that as well. I think for W, this is a bit too much like, okay, let's just drive to the cap, instead of just controlling the map when they're in a 67. However, it can still work just fine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 20 seconds. The S-Conk of Mr. Panda will have to drive in here at some point in time. Even Loop in the I7 is going to be able to stay safe. Frugo and Bark is just aiming. They'll be driving back as soon as they fire here. 6 seconds. We can see Verby trying to come in with those shots, but at that range, the VZ actually not a very, very good tank for that. Frugo taking a resetting shot, and also Bark is now getting tagged, and I think this brings W into action. They have 2k more HP, and they'll try to convert that into 1 more kill in towards that S-Conk. As we can see, Lucan here struggling with that Batchet. You can see he doesn't really get the shots that he wants into that S-Conk. 1 more is going to do the trick just fine. But that one, again, the Batchet gun, being the diva that it is, does not find a lot of damage on towards that S-Conk. Uzek, the last remainder by W in the north, he's actually going to get collapsed upon, but the Ignite onto Mr. Panda is going to seal the fate of that S-Conk.
Yeah, and this is all a little bit too slow from W for my liking. I mean, Uzek will fall here. That S-Conk without a engine, he will try and extend his life ever so long. He does achieve to get behind a building, but even with W arguably throwing away Uzek for relatively free and trying this triple cap for what was not really too much reason key when they could control the map and just slowly play it, they were still up a healthy amount. However, this is a lot closer than one could say that it should be.
Yeah, with the Batchat at the start of the game, directly dying for free without even being able to retaliate any kind of damage. And the other Batchat also getting tagged. That should normally mean a very, very easy game for the team of W. But now finally, the tanks, the angles, the guns, they seem to be starting to come into effect. Yes, Vervi gets a pickup onto Barkus here, though, equalizing the guns somewhat. Good second shot in towards Lip. So, yeah, he doesn't equalize the HP, but it all of a sudden looks a lot better than it did a few seconds ago. And the thing is, Sir Jacob, they're not really going to be able to dig him up, but Lucan, with the Batchat falling, that's going to be detrimental for the efforts of the team in yellow.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob is also in a bad position. I still think that W, I don't know, Key. Like, it felt like a little bit like, oh, okay, we've already won the game, you know?
Ah, Vervi. That second shot was a bit of frustrated aim, I think. The first one is unlucky that it goes towards the belly and auto bounces, but the second one, eh.
But yeah, I think W, it was a bit too casual, you know, too relaxed. They're still going to win it out against the better team. They could have still been in a little bit of trouble, you know, because they're sparking 3 guys on the cap key. It looks kind of lazy, you know?
It's kind of concerning for Tango that W, even looking lazy, are able to do a good job by Frugo here, though, into Crazy Wall, putting one into the cupola. Yeah, Polish diamond, even the polished diamond here. As Vervi does get off another shot, and he did do the second one, so another 1k damage to his name, but it's not really going to matter here. Cap going, 15 seconds remaining. Vervi does get shot up, and now it's only Crazy War and Infinity remaining, and obviously it's hard to like make this game exciting here if the Batchat just directly gets picked up like that at the start of the round. But I think W, they just played a very controlled game. I mean, you can see it's 1 minute 20 remaining, but the time management that we talked about on Himmelsdorf 2, just impeccable for W. Playing it very, very controlled. Yes, you could say lazy, but at the end of the day, if it gets them there, why not?
True. I mean, it was a win for them. It started to just be a little scary there at some point, you know, when they started taking damage. They have to drive out of 1-2. Yuzek, hero mode on top of that hill there. Lucky is a big word. It's Batchat heat against the side of an Eskong. If you've ever played the Batchat and tried to shoot at the side of an Eskong, you'll know how annoying it can be because of the amount of armor that you will just do. Armor not penetrated, you know? But this game was kind of over from the beginning. And that's harsh to say, but when you're Batchat, that's for free, you know.
They did a whopping 415 average damage.
That's a high roll.
Yeah, that's a high roll. Yeah. But yeah, in the end, I think the game, as soon as,
unless there was a trade immediately on it, but there was no possibility for a trade. More defense with 6 tanks versus 7. I don't know.
Yeah, and the thing is also, right, normally the playmaker tanks for this kind of defense, like the double Batchat, those were the ones actually getting caught out, right? The double Batchat is the ones that are, you know, maybe after the S-Kongs or the E5s take some shots for them, then the Batchats, they are the ones that are supposed to explode out of the corner. They are the ones that are supposed to provide the big burst damage on towards the enemy tanks. But as soon as you start losing those assets, well, then losing the game is a big probability, especially since the Batchats also double as basically the spotters, the information, the map control that you generate. That is now Himmelsdorf and Morovanka done and dusted. Himmelsdorf here getting picked up 2-0 by the side of W. Then on their own map pick, Tango only able to convert a single round. And this means now that we're heading into Tundra. So, Tundra attack. W on match point.
Likely for one.
A likely for one indeed. Which is kind of unfortunate for Tango.
Yeah, well, the second like... Himmels, man. Second Himmels. That's...
Yeah, that's...
They would be at... what would we at now? 2-2?
It would be 2-2.
Would be at, it was a hard calculation. Took me a few seconds. But that's also their own fault. They could have been at 2-2, but you get what you deserve at the end of the day. And being too slow is, again, part of the attack. last game is a bit worrisome because it's a very blind commit on Moro defense. Tundra defense is one of those maps where some teams, when they don't have faith in their more static defense, will try this crazy burst play. Sometimes it works. Most of the time it ends in a disaster and a great ball of fire after about 2 minutes. I'm not sure.
I mean, if Tango have shown something, then that they are willing to commit to those blind, like, all-ins, because that's essentially what we just saw fail on Murovanka. Tundra is kind of a different map. Yes, both are sort of attack-sided, but I think that is where most of the similarities end. Yes, there are some bushes as well on Tundra that medium tanks can play, but most of it comes down to that if we're playing a long game, then time and time again, it has been shown that the angles, and most importantly, the angles close to the spawn of the attacker, this big hill there, that is just going to provide like the advantages in terms of HP towards the attackers. So sometimes teams will try to play like very, very aggressive defenses to surprise the opponent, to take the advantages away. But anyone that holds it with Tango right now is going to be in a predicament. Tundra defense, right? Double 62p coming together with one BZ75, one Mouse, one S-Kong, and double Minotauro.
Double Minotauro versus W's Mino of their own, Hori, CS63, E5, 277, and double IR7. Tango's lineup, it does say slow. They're not going to do any crazy burst play.
No, Tango's lineup says hold all the way. The only thing is, or the only tank, he would say, that can really, do some aggressive push plays is the BZ with its almost 3k HP. But the problem there is he's the only one, and if he starts driving in, he doesn't really have a lot of armor, so he would just get bursted. But once again, we see W with an attack that I think we've seen in past tournaments as well, sending Ali in that Hori together with one E5 on towards the hill. I believe last tournament we had an S-Kong instead of the 277 on the hill, but obviously the 277 able to just go away immediately. That being said, though, Infinity with a good shot into Dutch Bart, hitting the fuel tank, I believe, in the lower plate. 1k damage to the face.
Clutch Bart doesn't need HP. Clutch Bart only needs one to carry the game, Kian. And he's going to prove that to us by losing all of his HP in this game for free.
But he's a Giga Chad. He doesn't even repair the fuel tank. He's like, all right, I burned once. Why would I repair it now?
Why not? You will never hit the same spot again.
Huh? Yeah. Exactly.
Do you not believe?
I prefer to hold my judgment and hold my peace until he burns the second time.
I hope he never repairs them. And then gets set on fire. So Frugo watches it after and he's like, Bart? Yeah? Yeah? Why no repair fuel tanks? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot.
The Minotauro, though, in the meantime, Bark is having found Mr. Panda. And, the thing is, the Minotauro heat actually not the highest penetration heat of all tier 10 TDs. I believe only like 320, right? So,
it was supposed to have 340. And then it got nerfed.
Even though he's kind of above the S-Kong, the S-Kong able to stay safe, and we can already see Verby there fully held down in the Minotauro. He's going to be chilling there in the south as well. And, not really a lot is happening here. W is trying to feel it out, but now they finally do get a shot into Lucan and the Mouse.
You see what is running through the F line, like under the bridge?
Water?
Water, and also known as an artillery's favorite place on the map. However, this water not quite deep enough for the artillery player, as he will not drown in it.
Are you trying to sound like... what's the name of the British guy? The one with the...
David Attenborough, or whatever his name is.
David Attenborough. All right. He does have a very, very calming voice.
True.
We can see Infinity here. I don't know why, but boosting against the mountain. Kind of confused. like Pikachu. It hurt itself in its confusion. But Tango readjusting somehow here, seeing that more and more of W's tanks are getting committed towards the north, but instead of, bringing more tanks of their own, they're starting to fall back with the ones that they have. Frugo, they're taking a big swing in his IS-7, but now the plan for W starts becoming apparent. The 277 in the cap, good shot by Barkis.
Yeah, and Barkis is also the one that controls the rotations here, right? You can see him watch the 1-2 line. He will see if any more tanks try to cross over. And then he's really bullying. Oof! Nice comeback from Jacob there. He's like, Barkis, you give me one, I'll give you one. Good shooting from that Mino. Yeah, the Mino, of course, the side of the turret is extremely weak. If it is exposed, it is easy to shoot at and pen. Kind of reminiscent of the Kran as well, kind of a bit as well. Once you see that side turret, or any part of the side, it's like shoot for it and win for it. But they do have to deal with the cap at some point. Reaction's now pushing up in a 60p. And there's going to be an unfortunate timing there for White-Rock. He just arrived to the cap to boost it. He's actually going to take a non-connection there from that 60p. Reaction so far, pen ratio-wise, not having the greatest of days, as now Frugo is going to be addressed. Lip has been spotted. Reaction now taking a shot there already in that 60p, taking a second one as well. He wants to back away from this, but who's going to reset, Kian?
Yeah, who's going to reset? That's going to be the question as we finally see the tanks by Tango arriving here in the northern part of the map. And Cap does get boosted down towards 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds here. So Jacob arriving with that Minotauro does get the connection onto the 277, leading to both of the W tanks driving off the Cap. And Frugo even taking more damage here. Tango are starting to somehow make this work here with 6 tanks close towards the rails in entrenched hold-down positions. Now finally Loop starts up the Cap again, but so far not really able to get those crucial connections that they would need to bring the tanks by Tango down in HP. Finally, another shot does connect into the Super Conk. Dutch Bart still with the damaged fuel tank.
Yeah, Bart doesn't want to repair those. He's creating some crossfire from Golf 4. There he's actually going to be able to shoot pretty easily if thanks to overpeak. Barkis there takes another one. That's from Lukin this time. That Mino, again, great frontally, but once you see part of the side, not that fun for the Minotauro. And as a result, we can see now that the time, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the attack here for W, and it's not looking good as White-Rock is now rotating towards the south with Itox. They will need to find something quick because they have 15,000 HP to go through.
Yeah, the attack here by W is sort of one-dimensional a bit, it seems. So Jacob and Lip once again exchanging spots, but that's going to be about all she wrote for the team of W at the moment, as Frugo, Barkis, all of them also spotted. And the thing is, Tango in the south, they don't need to commit. It's instead W who have to drive in, but who are they going to meet? They're going to meet a Minotauro. They're going to meet Crazy War in that 60 TP, and Dutch Bart, takes a bounce by the 60 TP. He's going to be happy about that one, but Mr. Panda immediately able to reinforce that IS-7, and the Minotauro from the sidelines is always going to be there to be able to provide assistance, to provide cover fire, to provide his whole clip of 2,600, I believe, HP in a single clip, or even more. He's starting to drive in. Vervi, that is good connection into White-Rock, and I think the overcommitment by the attacking tanks of W here, only 2 of them. That's going to cost them.
Yeah, I mean, Bart and White-Rock need a hero right now. They need somebody to come and save them. Vervi that tries to shoot on the move. Doesn't connect. White-Rock's on fire, though. CS63 moment. The fuel tanks of that thing like burning, and Vervi shuts him down before he gets flying. And W on the attack are falling to pieces here. Tango, they have 1 more waltz left in them, actually, as they're going to be winning on the defensive side of Tundra, which gives them an opportunity. Bart got set on fire.
The thing is, though, I actually checked. He repaired his fuel tank probably together with something else. So,
we're counting.
Frugo is still going to be mad because his team is going to be losing that round, but not because Dutch Bart didn't repair his fuel tank. Now Loop from the side putting 1 more shot into infinity, but Sir Jacob already rolling in. And while the intra-clip DPM of the Minotauro certainly is not the best among any autoloader, it's still better than the 277 DPM as a whole, as we can see Lup driving in. Ali from the side should be able to provide support on towards the Minotauro, but Ali is not going to be winning in 3 seconds, as Tango are going to dance to live another day here. They're going to make it 2-3, and they are also the ones to now attack on Tundra after winning, in a 6-0 even. They didn't lose a single tank. Holy crap.
Yeah, we talked about one-side or one-dimensional attacks on Sun River before. This is kind of in the same lane of it. You know, that cap play, all really cool and all, but once one reset came through, what comes after?
Not really a whole lot. And the thing is, even Ali has stayed alive till the end of the game. 2.8k damage. That is not really a lot. The team of W, I think they just weren't able to dish out the punishment that was needed to take tanks out of the game, to remove them, to make them non-factors. And on the other hand, we do have a very, very smiling Tango team, probably, who now have their shot at the Tundra attack. And the supposed 4-1 that we already all but called, not going to happen. Instead, momentum... I mean, I don't want to say it's switching sides quite yet, but...
Looking good for our prediction, potentially, though. If you think about it.
Yeah.
I think we all said 4-2. We're in prime position for a 4-2.
Is this where I make my joke about the Twitch Prime bundles that you should certainly be collecting if you have both accounts connected?
No, that's just on the PR sheet that you have in front of you. Things to mention during the stream. Prime loot, newest bundle in the premium store.
MillionPugs or sponsor.
MillionPugs. Yeah, MillionPugs again. A MillionPugs 4 more times. And then... What? Say it.
And then also twitch.tv/thekill.
True.
Stream you guys should be checking out.
Key. I need the 1,854 more followers for the big 200k. So if you could make 2,000 accounts, Key, I'd be appreciated.
I think that's not how it's supposed to work.
Friends and family, Kihan. You have an extended family. You always talk about it. How many family members you have.
I'm almost like Vin Diesel, dude. Everyone's family.
Yeah,
is it Vin Diesel?
Yeah, you're kind of like Vin Diesel, man. You're in like the 11th iteration. You should have quit when you were.
Hair, though.
You should have quit when you were about 3 in, to be honest.
Anyway, though, we still have a match in our hands, and as you can see up here, it is. Yeah, I did finally get the right, the right side of the camera. But
can we just join in a round of applause in Twitch chat as well in 10 minutes from now for Kihan figuring out what is left and right. They grow up so quickly, boys. They grow up so quickly. Before you know it, they're living by themselves and they're figuring out left and right. Tomorrow he's going to figure out how the washing machine works. However, we haven't taught him yet about the iron yet, but I think David is going to teach you that.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the washing machine now, but the dishwasher is still an enigma.
That's why you order it.
Anyway, Tango, though, coming into what might still be the last round here that they're going to play. They have to win this, or they are in the lower bracket. Double IS7, triple S Conk, double VZ 55.
Yeah, against the double Mino, Mouse, and 460Ps. I'm always curious when I see the double PC, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it was basically the past used to punish like the cross in the south, the K-line cross, where obviously if all 4 shots connect, you have like 2k damage that you dish out, and then you easily reload for 20 seconds and you're in the fray again. We'll see. But that was mostly on defense, right? Instead, we see the double VZ here on the attack. Just everyone. Once again, a very one-dimensional attack. This time coming out by Tango, sending everyone south. But to be honest, it might work because W, they have committed tanks towards the north. Then again, there is a lot of tanks by W that are pretty close towards that 2-cap. Yeah, this is going to hurt. Marcus here already spotting the VZ55, also seeing the IS7. You can see me trying to aim. That one does not connect, however, and now they're starting to drive over, but little do they know they have 2 60TPs just waiting for them, and we can see Jacob getting blown out of the water.
Yeah, Jacob, there you saw him panic and stop, but it was already too late. It was like a deer in headlights. There was no avoiding the dump trucks of Lip and White Rock taking him out. And now Lucan is like, guys, we were pushing this, no? I'm pretty sure we were pushing this. I think he also realizes that, sometimes the dance doesn't really work out and you just fall and stumble and knock yourself to the ground. This opening, getting read like a book from W.
Yeah, and Frugo's life motto once again becomes apparent, but this time for Tango, bad timing and bad openings can be very, very bad indeed, as a W, after losing their attack here on the side of Tundra, are just going to completely stomp the attack of Tango here. Yes, there is still 5 tanks alive by Tango. Yes, they are capping, but no, who are we kidding? This is W all the way, even though they have lost a tank with Ali. But in the end, Dutchbird is going to win it out there against Infinity, against Vervi. 2 one-shots generated on the side of Tango, and as soon as they fall, which is starting to be the case, it's just going to be the purple tide sweeping over the yellow team.
One more round for Tango, got on the board on their defense, but on this attack, nothing to be done. They're still going to be thinking about that Himmel's attack that they had, but that is going to be for a different time after these matches, because they're going to be going towards the lower bracket. Crazy War, I think, will beat Itox in that 1v1. He sees the Mino roof, so another kill on the board for Crazy War. Thank you very much, but just him and the Reaction left standing. And Reaction trying to do his best impression of the Maginot line there.
Yeah, I mean, a very good impression indeed, as now the enemies are coming from the front and from the back, so he's not going to be surviving for a whole lot longer. And then Crazy War, the only one remaining here, holding up the flag for the team of Tango. He is going down pretty soon, and this means that Tango as a team is going down in towards the lower bracket. W staying alive in the upper one. We're going to see them later today once again. Tango instead we're going to see tomorrow, because with the tournament structure that we do have in place for this event, every single team has 2 lives, has 2 opportunities to prove themselves, or basically 1 life that you lose, and then, you know, you're sort of in the lower bracket, and some people would say that, you know, that existence can't really be called that anymore. But yeah, in the end, W, I think, unsurprising, winning here 4-2. We didn't get there the way that I thought we would regarding, you know, the rounds and the scores in them. But Tango, they've got some edges to smooth out, to say the least, I think.
But they did well, though, overall. I mean, above my expectations, at least. They could have picked up 3 rounds here.
Yeah, it should have been 2-2 and 3-3 at one point, but man, that Himmel's attack.
Yeah, well.
And sometimes that's all. Like, if it was 3-3 now, we'd be going to tiebreaker. And we all know in tiebreakers, anything can happen. But like this, it is sort of the expected results for the second time of the day. Every single caster and analyst actually did their homework, read the script, and put in the correct prediction, right? But I think let's see what Insane and Toxic have to say. Guys, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And yes, indeed, so far this is perfect predictions from all of us. 4-2, that's the score line, the victory for this team that is going to be moving into the next round of the winners bracket in the semi-finals against Hit and Run. What do you think about that match? How did you how to say it?
I think I'll just take over. It was kind of what we expected. Obviously, we all got our predictions correct. We did read the script, so after all, maybe I was lying last match. Maybe this is all pre-recorded for you. Just a quick disclaimer, it's not actually. Just joking. But actually interesting to see that we all got the predictions correct. That happens very rarely, but everyone copying each other, works out for once. We will have in match 4 Hit and Run versus W, which is a match we have seen quite sometimes before. So it's a rematch for both of those teams. They know each other pretty well. They played each other in Clan Wars Advances. They play each other in 15 versus 15, and now also in the WoT7. So that one will be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far I don't think we had any upset results. Both of the team Burger and W were the ones that we predicted for, and they're going to be facing Opur, Hit and Run, probably the best teams in these tournaments. Cashback and Tango, though, they're going to be dropping in the losers bracket, and we will get to see them tomorrow. But for the next match of the day, Opur against Burger, do you think that Burger had time to reset their batteries for Opur?
So I think Opur is a really tough opponent to play against because they are so form dependent. So I'm still the firm believer that if Opur shows up and plays to their best abilities, there isn't really a team that can compete with them apart from Hit and Run. But then again, who knows how they will perform today. That being said, let's jump right into the replays of the last match and see what happened.
Yeah, we're starting on emails once again, just like the match before, and we could see it was not the greatest start for Mr. Panda that is gonna take straight 2k damage in the face. And W, good start, good analysis after that opening from Tango, actually going for that counterplay over the 5 line with all of those things lining up. And you could see that Tango, they went for something over aggressive, but the team in purple, they were ready for it.
I mean, it's literally been like 1.5 minutes and Tango is down 5000 HP. Not really a great way to start showing your team, instantly losing 2000 HPs on a 50B. And it's probably even the worst tank to lose it on. Just made this match so much easier for W. And considering how close kinda it got in the end, I wonder if it would have went any different if we didn't have Mr. Panda losing that 2000 hit points, but that's for the crystal ball to say.
I think W, they knew they were so much in front that at the end they could have played it a bit cleaner if it was really needed. But afterwards we had W with a pretty solid defense with all the angles covered, and you could see that Tango was running out of time and went for those final pushes around 2 minutes. It was not enough time actually, because you will see at the end of the day it was close. They almost got it. They would probably get it with a few minutes more.
I gotta say though, from the side of W, I really love to see a tank like the ST2 that really just shows that they are adapting to the meta always. Because the ST2 has recently, just like the WZTD, got a buff. It actually got improvements to the frontal turret, it got improvements to the DPM, to the reload time between shells, so it's actually a really strong tank here, and seeing them bring it just shows that they actually put a lot of effort into constantly changing and developing their strat. Which is not something every team does, but I guess that's the reason we see them constantly getting top positions in tournaments.
Yeah, I think this is one of the teams that is working hard in preparation, probably one of the teams that actually prepares the most out of all. And next up on Muro, we had W on the defense and Tango on the attack. And just like the casters mentioned, this is a very attack-sided map where the team in defense actually allows the team in attack to set those positions around the base 1. And you could see that they went for this 3 push. But from the side of Tango, you essentially have 7 tanks ready for it, if you count the 6 TP that is joining from the church.
I mean, it's just a very poor opening from W, considering what Tango played. Maybe just very unlucky in the way of getting countered, but Tango just instantly sending a tank towards the capping for 1 minute and then just sending a second one in, forcing W into this repush that Tango was so beautifully prepared to deal with. So great stuff. Tango showing that if they get an opening correct, they actually can, win rounds. Great stuff from them.
Yeah, but next on their defense, it went horribly wrong because you could see that aggression with bad shots over the force was fully countered once again from W. W actually having good reads on Tango. We have seen that on that Himmels run when they caught the 50B. This time with the bad shots, then they go for the cap pressure of the base one. Tango is going to take the map control and get some decaps, so they're going to push past, take down the S-Kong. In return, Yusek is going to drop low, but you can just see it position-wise, HP-wise. W has this in their hands with 3 minutes and a half left.
I mean, W really showcasing that they are, able to come back even after a defeat. It's a slight upset. They don't really care. They just brush it off like nothing happened and go up to 3-1 and having two, match points on Tundra is a really strong way to go into that map.
Well, next up, we have to admit that W didn't find any opening on that defense from the side of Tango. They tried to go over the nose, they tried to pressure the base one, but you could see that Tango was really well set against this attack, and at the end of the day went for that push over the middle. But once again, Tango with the good reaction, Vervi joining pretty fast is his Minotauro, and just look at the HPs, 3k HP positions. They were doing well, they were on defense, and it was a very convincing victory for Tango on this one.
Yeah, I mean, again, they show that if they get the opening correct, they are able to deliver. So I think if we already, go as far as looking into future tournaments, if they manage to kind of get their openings together and just in general have more experience, this could be another team joining the constant contenders for top 3 positions in these tournaments, which would be really cool to see, having another team go into that kind of area.
Yeah, definitely. And well, to finish this match, it was a perfect opening once again from the side of W, completely countering this initial aggression from Tango, actually expecting Tango to go aggressive of the base 2, and you could see that setup with the 60 piece, the Minotauro. I mean, they had almost all their tanks in position for hit, only the Minotauro in the north missing from Itox. So, well, W, that's well deserved. Overall, in this match, you could say that even though they dropped 2 rounds, most of the rounds they won were very clean. You could see that in terms of read, they were perfectly adjusted to what Tango proposed, and they have very convincing victory, but it's going to be much harder against Hit and Run for the last match of the day.
Do you think in this match, if Tango just commits even more tanks towards J1 at the start and towards the Minotauro, they would maybe be able to win this? Because, in the end, it's still 8,000 HP, yes, but it's mainly the opening that really screws it for them, no?
Well, no. I think that this setup is just way too strong. You could see that even before they managed to reach a Minotauro, they already dropped a full tank. So even if they would go in with 7 tanks, even though the defense side, there's the Minotaur out of the fight, this is too much damage they take to just close up and just reach these tanks. And then they still have to take them out. This is a lot of HPs and it takes some time. So perfect opening from that team, moving into the next round of the winners bracket. And now we are going to be covering the semifinals of the winners bracket, starting with the match number 3 between Opur and Burger. And we actually have the community predictions correct this time, because it was 50-50 between the teams before. Now I think that 66% for Opur sounds pretty correct according to the performance in the past tournaments. What's your take on it?
I mean, call me crazy, but I would give Opur way more percentage here, because I mentioned it earlier. If Opur shows up at their best, there's really no chance for Burger, in my opinion. And even if they show up at their worst, it's still going to be really, really hard for Burger. So considering that, I would even go as far as giving Opur 75-80% of the credit. But we will be able to see if Burger is able to prove me wrong here and really show that they can compete with the team that is Opur. But I think before that we have 2 beautiful faces that want to introduce that match to us. Kian and Ducky, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back once again for match number 3. It's gonna be in between Opur and Burger, and I think, both teams actually don't really need an introduction, first of all, because Burger already played today, but yeah, Opur, one of the two teams that are flying to China under their captain Ketsai. Then we do have Ozek, DJ, Tisek, Karolf, Like, Piotrix, Rexa, and Pan's Fury, a Polish Invil powerhouse.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, for them, this is one good practice before China. Let's be real, it's coming up rather quickly, Kihan. For Burger, it's not practice for China because they're not going. But of course, there's more on the line than just this tournament, Kihan, which we shouldn't forget about.
Exactly. Some of the teams will actually qualify for a show match, which my boss, Eek, actually hinted to in our last event. There is going to be a show match in December, which teams obviously do want to qualify for. That being said, first of all, map pick and ban in between Opur and Burger. Himmelsdorf being taken out by an Invil team. That's a surprise. Then we do have Tundra out of the picture by Burger. We have Cliff and Mines, respectively, being chosen. Prokhorovka, then once again a ban. Sand River, possible map number 3, and then Steps Muravanka taken out, leaving Ghost Town as the tiebreaker. We're starting off on Cliff. It's going to be a banger.
Should be a good one between these two teams. I mean, Burger's already shown that they are a team that likes to play aggressive immediately. So, I mean, Opur is one of the teams that can do that as well. But I have a more important question, Kian. Did they give you 2 microphones? Because that way at least one of the 2 will be unmuted when we switch scenes? Or you just think you're better than us?
So, you know, sometimes more just equals better. I think that is the reasoning behind
2 microphones, 5 decks in front of him, 7 monitors.
And then, you know, also 9 different lights shining at me from every single angle.
Please turn them off.
Sort of hide the rings under my eyes.
Turn them off. There's no rooms in the Wargaming office, so if all the lights go off, we can't see him. He's in a dark room. Not by himself, though.
You mean there are some rats in that room with me, or what?
Huh? I mean, it was a sinking ship the other day.
Indeed.
But it was underwater, huh?
There was indeed in the past a flooding of our streaming room, which was very, very interesting to sort with and
don't worry,
sort out and deal with.
Kian came dressed to the office as Moses, dude. Let the water be gone. It didn't really work though, but
it did not work at all. That's the problem.
Did you have to mop it up, Kian? Were you like mopping it up, dude, like in buckets?
No, I was actually off when it was discovered.
Unfortunate.
So it wasn't me with a mop and bucket. But yeah, Opur against Burger. I think once again this is a match that does have a clear favorite, and it's not Burger, in my opinion.
I mean, I'm all on the Burger train personally.
Hell yeah, brother.
It's so weird to see a team named Burger and it's not from NA, huh, Kian?
Yeah, indeed. Completely agree with you there. That being said, though, I already heard that there are some rumors by the teams of both Opur and Hit and Run, which are the 2 teams that are going to China, that they will be maybe not tapping into their best strats for this event, simply because, you know, it's going to be very important for them to look good. That being said, though, in the past...
That sounds like cope, bro. Not gonna lie, they have over a month to China. What are they talking about,
I was going to go at.
Not using our best strategies? Bro, did they take a Jackafa course on coping, or what?
I don't know. They've certainly got the pipeline with that. With saying that. And obviously for the team of Burger, they just want to win straight up here, but I think it should be still Opur who should be favored. Just because of, you know, past achievements. Burger, though, coming into this one with triple BZ75, triple 277, and a bad shot.
Opur, on the other hand, triple CS, double 277, and double BZ. So they have that major mobility advantage with those CSs, but they have to be able to utilize that, though.
Okay, so recently we saw the emergence of a lot of heavy tanks being used to just crush the enemy with HP, and Opur is sort of diverting again from that meta, bringing triple CS63, also the double 277, not the healthiest of tanks. The CS63 here at the lower side does see the enemies, takes a singular shot of damage, but even that is like a lot of damage considering the triple 277 went full speed into that one. And now Opur on the upper side with double CS, with double 277, with double BZ. They'll be trying to just overpush Burger here. Triple 277 for them out of the fight.
Yeah, and Katsai now coming towards the ramp as well, trying to lock Sisa and Vic into position. He gets that good ram off, but he's not able to deny the bad shot from at least taking the top ramp. Lokir and Chick already repushing themselves here. But now, though, Lexa falling as first one in this battle. Vic getting back on the hill is important. Sisa being alive on that ramp is a nuisance as well. Opur, in the meantime, repushing back behind 1-2, because there's a Strangler raided there in his 277, left to his own devices against Piotrek, and Tisek will have no issue chewing through that 277. They can now crossfire the middle. It's back onto a 5-on-4 here, where Opur currently leading the charge. Sisa falling as well, 5-on-3, and Opur with that quick mid reaction are able to catch quite a few number of Burger tanks.
Yeah, and now the crossfire from the Donut also coming in. The Burger tanks here on the ramp, not really able to stay safe from anyone anymore. It seems DJ not even gonna get ram killed by Chick. And now Pan's Fury coming in here. A quick 1-2 double tap, reducing the HP of the 277 down towards 100. And yeah, this is going to be a quick pickup of a round for the side of Opur, who storm into this match, who storm into this tournament, and who are going to be able to have an impact moving forward, who are, I would say, some of the favorites to win this one.
Yeah, and Vic, of course, should be extending the time here because Opur is attacking. You want to give yourself the highest amount of probability to pick the tiebreaker side if it comes down to it, right?
Exactly. That obviously is always a concern. That is a position I haven't really seen used yet, by the way. That is always a concern moving forward, having a fast, having a solid attack on Cliff. And I think Tisek, he suspects something.
Yeah, I think he knows now as well, as the proxy spot comes in onto his Vic, who was indeed in an interesting position. Piotrik's now rolling down the hill and takes Vic with him. Slam dunk into the ground and then some. That hurts. That hurts. But yeah, Opur, quick mid push, quick reaction. Gotta say though, from Burger, I mean, Lexa, if the mid push is coming, you want to play around that ramp area where you can consolidate your forces, maximize your damage output, and give your 1-2 line time to come back into the game. The fact he stayed on that 5-6 line there in between the rocks gave Opur an easy push to find that first kill.
Yeah, now moving into this one, we do indeed see that Opur, even if there is some, coping regarding not the best strategies or anything like that, we do see they are very, very able, they are very capable of, just putting down the pedal to the metal. And the thing is, with those teams of both Opur and Hit and Run, historically, they have been teams that whenever they are able to get into the driver's seat of those matches, they are very able, very capable of not letting go, of just pressuring the enemy team into a corner and suffocating them with that pressure.
Good reactions from Opur. Burger in return not able to really react well by themselves. I think if, Lexa plays around the ramp area, it would be a lot harder for Opur to push that. But they didn't, and you get what you deserve. And Opur comes in strong, exactly the way they want to, using their old strategies, quote unquote, that they definitely would never use in China, quote unquote. 100% old. Yes.
We'll see. I mean, Opur, they've been able to set the old standard. I think during this weekend we'll be able to see if they can set the gold standard as well, because there will be multiple other teams also reaching for the crown of being the WoT7 champion, which actually we have an amount of teams in this tournament, like 3, 4 even maybe, possibly, that have held that title before. But we've been talking about China before, right? About Opur, about Hit and Run. I think this tournament, this event here right now, is also sort of a reality, a face check for both of those teams. Like, where do we actually stand in terms of preparation? And yes, there is still a month to go.
Apparently not far if they're saving strats already for over a month.
Or maybe very, very far in. Who knows?
Also, Kihan, you don't need to win WoT7 to be a champion in my heart.
Oh, that is so sweet, Ducky. Where's that
There's,
coming from?
there was a punchline, but I'll keep it for a different day.
No,
No.
I'm actually kind of concerned again.
Yeah, we'll keep it for the next time.
Uh,
Always another opportunity.
Always keeping me on my tippity toes.
I mean,
I
somebody
see.
has to call you a champion. It's not like you made it an onslaught.
Wow. Was that what it? Or
No,
is there
that
more
was a
to
lot
come?
worse than that. That was the backup.
I unfortunately have to admit that was quite a good roast already. Anyway, though, I think we are just about to hop into round number 2 in between Opur and Burger. Burger coming into this one with double autoloader, actually. We have a 50B, double BZ75, 1i7, 1 Batchat, and double CS.
Versus triple CS again from Opur, double 277 and double BZ. So they're not changing the working strategy. What works for them. And also, Kian, it was like 50-50. It was like really nice and a bit mean on the side, you know? It's like flavoring.
Seasoning, almost.
Yes.
The flavor of the season also seems to be a bit more mediums
Yeah.
than we've seen recently in the past, like triple medium by either team, together with one very, very mobile tank with the 50B as well that isn't really supposed to tank, but just supposed to clip out. And opening-wise, we see 1i7, 150B for Burger here being committed towards the lower side. For Opur, it's only one singular CS doing that, but double CS driving towards the donut from Upper. And already, Burger sending their tanks, sending their mediums around the hill.
Around the hill, and it's still low noise on this bat though. CS, look here, gonna take the hill at some point. Rexar with a good shot. Look here is gonna make it up now. He's gonna take one more from T-Sec normally, and maybe one more from Rexar. No, Rexar misses, so 2 shots taken for Look here for acquiring the hill. But Opur has the ability to go up the hill themselves with those BZs if they want to.
Exactly, and now rated from the sidelines here with that CS starts to peak, but doesn't really achieve a whole lot. He probably has shots onto Rexa even from there. Chick, having taken the F1 position with that ISM, does get spotted out by Rexa though. Is he able to retaliate? Doesn't really look like it, as he's kind of in a crossfire in between Piotrix and Rexa. And the thing is, Rexa, he can just drive around. He can possibly even take the G23 position, although Sisa would have a say about that. And now shots are starting to come in from Vikshare, from Rated, but they are taking punishment as well. Vikshare already going on towards the long reload with that Batchat once again. And now Rated with that CS trying to peek hold down, but the turret armor of the CS63 against Heat, not really there.
No, not really there indeed. And now Orchak and Ketsai, they are starting to go, and the 50B was waiting for that, though. Lexa is able to get some shots in, Kihan, on towards the back of these, but Sisa down below half already. And can we say that that 50B damage hasn't really been all that impressive in the grand scheme of things? I mean, Ketsai still very healthy. Orchak, yeah, well below half, but I mean, look here. I mean, I don't think he's just gonna trade it out. That's interesting.
Yeah, look here, starting to drive away, starting to drop down. Sisa also having to give up the ramp here. Doesn't even have the HP anymore to really have a say in this matter. So Opur, yes, there is only 1.5k difference sort of in between like all the tanks, but the thing is, the important positions, the tanks in the important positions are actually super, super low for Burger already. You can see Lokir getting picked up. That is the hill switching hands immediately. Sisa on the ramp down towards one shot for all those BZs. And now Burger, yeah, stuck once again. And they don't even have a step tank to help them out. Chick in that IS-7 can't really leave without taking a lot of damage. Sisa on the ramp getting shut down. Vikshare in the back once again with that Batchat taking a lot of damage. We can see Pan's Fury freely able to drive even towards the other side of the ramp if he wants to. Ketsai even driving down with that BZ. And Opur, just by individual trades, are making it look easy.
They took a lot of really strong positions early on. Taking that one too, crossing over. Look here on the hill was always going to get crossfire to death. And like, there's this setup here from Burger. They have an idea of like, how do we play it? We control these angles. We have this I7 and F1. But if the two BCs can just drive on the hill, it's always going to fail, no? But only one tank on the hill. Even if they kill a BZ, like imagine they killed Orchak, I think was it, who went in Ketsai, right? They killed Orchak. Ketsai still takes the hill.
I think the big issue there as well is that the 50B damage, yes, it's 1600, but it was spread out over both BZs. And then all of a sudden, like 800 damage on each BZ. It's not really scary anymore. The CS63, the singular one that made it up while taking 2 shots himself, against double BZ that have higher alpha, it's just not going to happen. And yeah, Opur on this round, number 2, just completely doing a very, very tremendous job regardless, but they're doing such a tremendous job that is just Burger falling apart everywhere on the map at the same time in front of our eyes.
Really made it look easy in this one. Made all the right moves, and this set piece from Burger needs some more work, I would say. And even that ramp position of Sisa, what can he do from just sitting behind the rock? You saw him get owned from 1-2, from Crossfire. Can't really do much with a BZ from there, as the damage also shows.
Yeah, and the thing is with positions like that, sometimes it feels like teams are only sending tanks there because everyone does it. But as soon as you don't know anymore why you are committing a tank to a certain position, then you shouldn't be doing it. And as we can see, like the positions on the other hand that Opur took, completely,
Superior.
Completely superior, and they completely took out the positions that that Burger took. Sisa, no impact. The CS63 that went towards the hill, I believe that was Lokir, no impact. The 50B, yes, had an impact, but it was a non-factor for the decision-making of the game. And even the IS-7, no impact. So just like that, just with the positions that Opur was taking, they made a large amount of the tanks that Burger had in the game completely negligible, which is a beautiful thing, because you don't even need to kill an enemy tank for the time being if you can just make him useless.
Indeed. And for Opur, they're very much chilling now. They got Mine's defense served to them, so they might get some Burger on a plate to make it 3-0, and then Key Hand. I mean, sure. Even if Burger wins their defense, it's still a very, very hard task to win Sun River 2-0. I mean, they did it before, though, against Cashback, but...
They did it before, but I think Opur, like, they're not blind. They're going to have watched the first match of the day, and they will have seen that strategy with the BZ's middle, and it wouldn't surprise me if... Because the thing is, Opur, they've not really done anything absolutely extraordinary so far. No, they've just been playing very, very, very solid World of Tanks, and they avoided making mistakes. And they did that in an extraordinary way, nonetheless. Like, I don't want to take anything from
just
them.
playing
It
very
takes a
solid
lot
World of
to play
Tanks.
this well, but like, if they just let Burger keep making their mistakes and just play their own game.
I think it's both, right? I mean, Burger's making some mistakes, but so far you can't really fault Opur in any part of their own play. Both the Cliffs, they played really well, made the right reactions, made the right rotations to shut down whatever Burger wanted to do. And Burger is not playing necessarily bad or something. It's just Opur is just they're using their old strategy, so they're only like one point above them. They were using their new strategy, so scary.
Oof, very spicy as well.
Can we do a balance match right before China, just to be like, yo, there go your strategies.
I'm not sure, but I think that it would be unlikely to have a big balance patch before a big tournament. Then again, we've seen sometimes in the past that it actually does happen, so I don't want to 100% rule it out here.
Disappointing.
Sometimes I just have to take the political approach of not confirming or denying anything.
That's what so there is something, huh?
I neither confirm nor deny.
But if there was not something, you would have just denied it, so...
maybe I just want to keep you guessing.
Yeah, then I just need to watch you play.
Okay, dude. Anyway, round number 3, in between Opur and Burger. Opur currently up 2-0. They are going to be starting with defense on mines of all maps. So a 3-0, not the most unlikely outcome of this round. Burger, though, they want to get a point on the board. And they are bringing, once again, the quadruple BZ75, the WE5, and the Hori.
Against Opur's quad 60 TP Lewandowski 197 and double CS 63. So 6 out of 7 Polish tanks on their team, Kian. Really just waving the Polish flag.
Yeah, Polska Górom here. White and red.
Can we only
all
have
the way
English
for
on the
them.
broadcast, please? SMH, dude. Why do you think you're...
9.
You think you're better than the people in the chat or what?
Sometimes you just gotta spice it up with a bit of other language knowledge as we go. Dawaj pod centrum with the team of Burger, sending a lot of their tanks, all of them actually, towards the middle, as we saw before. And the double 60T, actually triple 60TP, will be able to punish those BZs for going on towards the hill. Ozek even being committed in with that 60TP. Big hits in towards rated. Minus 2,309 HP already on one of the tank. They do get the hill instead, though.
They learned that in Onslaught, you know. You can play for the strike on 1-2 and punish the hill.
Aha.
What?
Yeah, the strike in 1-2, most certainly.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the rated has to accept the damage. Lexa is accepting some too. It's starting to hurt already. I mean, Lexa takes some damage, Chick takes some damage. Rated is not going to enjoy the rest of his game. Look here now taking damage as well. He gets some to the face as well.
I mean, honestly, this is just Burger getting outplayed on an individual level. I mean, Saisa here with the Hori is going to reveal his position after firing. Doesn't even get a shot of damage for this. Smartly backs off from the position that he's in. But yeah, binoculars on the Hori together with vents, actually. Because, you know, why would you take a piece of equipment that boosts a singular stat of your tank when instead you could take a singular piece of equipment that boosts every aspect of your tank?
Who?
Are you an owl now?
No, who? Yeah, you know, some people will actually believe that, dude. Don't listen to him, alright? He used to be good.
Are you talking about me or?
Yeah, you.
Okay. Anyway, Saisa there.
Like, I'm trying to understand it. There has to be a specific reason.
Maybe the binos actually spot super heavies through all the like vines and graveyards there. That might be the reason, because they sent him there pretty early on. The other thing I can think of is that maybe it's supposed to spot like 2-3 line cross very early, because the thing is the Hori now went to a position like on the 8-9-0 line, but possibly like the Hori against a different enemy lineup was supposed to do something completely and entirely different, and the binos might be on the tank now for a purpose
that doesn't make sense, though,
is never
because
going to
you can
apply.
see the lineup when you're counting down into the game.
I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to counter something that we're just not seeing right now. Ooh, talking about getting countered here. The Hori of Saisa taking a big swing by the 60 TP from, I believe, J7 here. And really, currently what we're seeing is Burger getting out-traded. Saisa taking another hit. I think that was even blind damage. And he's down towards a one-shot. So that Hori with the sneaky 8-9-0 line play.
Imagine if he had a hardening now. He would be potentially not a one-shot. But instead, he took Vents, which boosts all of your statistics.
Except for the HP, which is the crucial one right now. But yeah, Burger.
How do they play the rest of this attack?
I'm trying to come up with anything, but I don't really see it. They have lost so much HP. Like, yeah, they still have some on their playmaker tanks, but the thing is, Opur, with that quadruple 60 TP, they have so much holding power, so much alpha damage that it becomes just a nightmare to push into that. And then they have that double CS63. Yes, T-Sex's taken a shot of damage, but Piotrix is still very, very healthy, that are just going to make rotational plays if it looks dire with the 60 TPs, and it will only start looking dire if the double E5 will also get committed into the fray, at which point the double 60 TP, the double CS63 just backstabs you, and it's just horrible for Burger currently.
Well, I guess the Binos was indeed for where he was in those threes to outspot DJ peaking. But I don't know if he expected the shot from Panzer Fury, but he should have been kind of aware. And they seem kind of lost right now.
Yeah, Burger here seemingly accepting that this one's not going to be their round. Saisa, really the only tank that's moving currently from both teams. He is starting some kind of rotation as we rotate around the turret of the E5 of, I believe, either Chick or Alexa. And that's going to be really it. Like, Burger, they've got to realize here right now they're 6k or 5.5k HP down. Yes, they still have 6 tanks, but 2 of them are one-shot, so they can't really commit those towards any kind of, attack. Everyone has taken damage already. It's not a position you want to be in, especially since if you lose this round, it's going to be match point against you. Yes, you're going to be defending on mines, but then another whole map comes up before you're going to be even with the possibility of a tiebreaker. So I think Opur is just showing us a rock-solid defense. Just keeping calm, keeping the nerve, probably even talking about their own mines attack already, where they might be able to surprise us positively.
Do you think Burger just runs out the clock here and they don't care, or what's happening?
Honestly, I think that's what we're seeing. They just want to be able to spend the maximum amount of time to be able to prepare for their own defense, first of all, and then you just got to think round by round by round by round. There is no other way how you approach the rest of this match. It gives us some time to take a look at mines, I guess, as 90 seconds remaining, and Burger does not seem willing to participate any longer in this game here, although there is a rotation started. Chick with the E5 starting to drive towards the 1-2 line. That is not a big rotation, but it is something.
Oh, wait, they're grouping up, Kiad. They're going to push the middle.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those pushes where everyone involved knows what the state of the game is, and you're just hoping for triple Amorak. And that's kind of
I wonder how many ammo Sisa has left at this point.
You mean the Hori?
Yeah, probably not too much.
Good question. I think I can actually check for you. 1 second. Okay, so the Hori actually has a whopping 17 AP and 9 HE shells left. So, still quite something, actually. But yeah, Ozek picking up rated here. That's the first kill of the game. And with 30 seconds remaining, Ketsai and Trash Panda start duking it out. But we all know what's going to happen as Lokir falls to the ground. What's going to happen in just about 16 seconds is that the score is going to switch from being 0-2 to 0-3. Opur is going to be on match point. They're going to be attacking on mines. Burger just completely getting shut down on their mines attack. They never stood a chance of winning that one.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some big issues here for Burger, though, if you think about it. Like, they did nothing this whole round. Like, they actually did nothing.
Well, they took damage.
Yeah, they didn't even do that for most of the round at some point. Is the Hori supposed to break open the entire defense or what?
I guess they were hoping for it.
That is horrible.
What was also horrible was this attack by Burger. Like, it wasn't even, there wasn't even anything where you go like, this was ingenious, this could have worked, man. Like,
that Burger got overcooked, bro.
Yeah, it was sort of stale at the end.
I don't know. I think that's an issue when you come into the game at a strat like this, and you take damage and then you do nothing. Like,
I mean, clearly they were hoping to achieve something.
I mean, were they trying to put Opur to sleep? It's like pretending AFK in the game. You ever tried to pretend AFK in the game? Or you pretend like you DC'd or something, like you're just staring in front of you, the guy peeks and you shoot him.
No, actually, I just pretend always to aim somewhere else and then pre-aim the corner and then, just let go of the right mouse button and I'm immediately like aimed in well. At some point in time, when you lose your aiming skills, that is how you prepare it. Before you make the joke, there you go.
I wasn't gonna make it. I think your aim is pretty good.
Okay, I'm gonna clip that one later from the VOD.
Yeah, for her pensioner. It's okay. I mean, I left a long pause, so you can really just clip the first part.
Yeah,
exactly. Like nobody even ever needs to know that the second part was there. Can't think about it.
No. We're not gonna tell anyone, dude.
Exactly.
Anyway, the 3-0.
I don't know. I'm kind of like, I hate when a round goes like that. Like you could at least try to win the game.
And like if it goes horribly, it goes horribly at the end. But like not
giving up
is like giving up. Yeah. They do have Mines defense now, so maybe something to kickstart Burger in this match. But having seen the last
Bro, I love
round,
your
it's like,
positivity, man. It's crazy. Do you think that the last rounds showed you a team that is currently in a good mental place of mind?
No, most certainly not. But when you hit rock bottom, you actually shouldn't start digging. You should be trying to build a ladder, build anything, and not just roll over and give up. That is certainly not how they got here. I mean, we already saw them in one match earlier today where they took the W 4-2. So they are certainly capable of taking rounds. They're just not demonstrating that ability currently. Or maybe Opur is just that
they're saving
good that
strats for the next turn.
Yeah. Maybe Opur is
no,
just mentally ahead.
Burger is saving strats for the next tournament.
Well, they're not going to be in the next 7v7 tournament if they're saving strats here and not winning.
Well, then you're saving them for the tournament after.
You
gotta play the long game.
At the actual long game. I see how it is. Okay. Match point for Opur. I think, I don't know. I don't see the lineups yet. I think I hope that Opur is going to try and contest the middle and just seek a quick decision. Because if they're once again going for a long match or something like that, I think the mental stability for them is maybe not there. But maybe they're just going to park the bus. Here we go. With the lineups, I think they're probably going to park the bus with this one. Double 62p, a single IS7, a mouse, an E5, and double E4.
Versus Opur's E5, mouse, 4 BZs and a 60TP. So Opur also going for that heavy BZ lineup. But they do have the mouse, for example, to pressure the 9-0 line, right?
I mean, the mouse, it can do both things, right? It can be used as an emergency sort of cap vehicle for 2 or for 1 cap, although in the 770 format, basically 7 vehicles and every single one of those being tier 10, I'm not the biggest fan of sacrificing a whole vehicle, whereas 768, where you have a large tier 10, maybe CDC or OHO or something like that to cap behind, I think it's more viable, but we'll see. First of all, Opur driving towards the middle. They are probably going to take some damage as well, though I don't know how they're doing it currently, but they're from the double 60 TP they're taking less damage than from the triple 60 TP that we saw last round. Okay, but they're dealing more damage back. Once again, skill diff.
Yeah, look here, they're not having a good one. How many shots did he take? 2?
Well, yeah, he took 2, and the 2 60 TPs that were supposed to be pre-aimed only took 1. Oh, or it gave 1, excuse me. I mean, yes, it was a high roll, but it should have been both connections, and they shouldn't have taken as much as they did.
I mean, look here, can't really avoid it, though. He's driving towards that rock. But at least Opur has a secondary plan. You can see Ortrek coming. You can see a T-Sec coming. More likely than not, you'll see the mouse push up to pressure back the E5, overrate it, and then you see the E5 potentially go into the cap, for example. But there seems to be more of a plan.
Exactly. Yes, Opur is not completely springing into action here, doing any kind of crazy shenanigans yet. But yeah, where Rated is. Rated is the first one that's going to get pushed down, and we can see already a methodical approach from Opur emerging. Exactly, that E5, Rated. He's just going to take shot after shot if he doesn't readjust, possibly even having to drive towards Trash Panda in the mouse, where maybe T-Sec would be able to deliver another shot on the cross. So, Opur, yeah, good Mines attacks so far. They are up 2.5k HP currently. Let's see if they're able to convert this one into a victory. But I think Ozek, he's just going to do the good old big mouse shield on the cap. And after that, it will be up.
I hate mouse shields.
It will be up to... Yeah, I don't like them either, but it's more of a plan than we saw last round.
Yeah, but I've just never been a fan of I liked shields in 768, but in 770, I mean, Orchek will just die, and then they play off the hill. This could work though still.
I mean... is the best way to describe it currently. Like, yeah, Ozek is going to die, but the thing is that Opur have so many tanks on the hill that a hill repush is, I don't think, going to be the most viable, the most effective option, and we can now see T-Sec just backed behind that mouse. And since HE doesn't deal splash anymore with tanks if it doesn't come from artillery pieces, they will have a hard time resetting if they don't come close.
I mean, the WE4 is not really great repush tanks, though. We can say that much. So Schick and Vic are not going to be able to really repush too well. So, I don't know. What do you think, Jan? Is it going to work out?
Well, I think it has a very good chance of working, with the biggest problem actually being that Opur, they've lost a complete mouse here, but they're still not really that far behind regarding HP. The only tanks having taken damage are Ketsai and Rek'Sai and those BZs. They're going to be hold down on the hill. I think the best attempt at recapping, ironically right now, but obviously Burger don't know that, is if the IS-7 drives proxy towards the hill and just drives towards North Hill and decaps the E5 from there.
I mean, usually you just cross somebody over to go reset him from below. Because if you look at the time left, it's always an issue. It's already at 3 minutes 40, 1 minute 40 to solo cap. So if you run it down quite a while, they're going to repush under the hill, though. They're still going to need somebody to cross over.
Yeah, the E5 is going to be pretty safe behind the mouse here. And obviously they are all getting proxy spotted. This means that the Opur tanks, they're going to be eyeing from above. The damage is going to start coming in. Lexa already 1300 damage. And T-Sec there, even starting to peek from behind the cap, doesn't really care about the cap getting reset or anything. DJ there with the 60 TP having dropped from the hill does get collapsed upon, but we can see the HP they're starting to not be in favor of Burger anymore. That E5 of T-Sec is going to be so annoying to deal with.
DJ there kind of left in no man's land in his 60 TP. He's going to get pounced upon by all of these tanks that just drove forward, so he's going to fall for this. Not really the greatest positioning from DJ. Could have done better there. He wanted to help T-Sec really quickly, but in return got flanked instead. But T-Sec behind that wreck is honestly having a field day right now. He's being chilling, actually. He's able to start creep off of his dead friend Orchek, who was the sacrifice for this. Lexa did cross over behind him, though. That might be an issue, but not if Ketsai is going to set him on fire as well to shut him down. And Opur on their attack, Ihan. They are making it work, even with that mouse shield going down for free. We said that D4s are not really good repush tanks, and they didn't really cross anybody to the buildings.
No one got crossed to the buildings. I think Burger very afraid here of all of those tanks by Opur that were on the hill. And we can see the focus fire by Opur just on point, just keeping the mouse for last, because it is going to take a long time to focus out that German super heavy tank, simply because of the amount of the HP that it brings here. But now with 4 tanks around him, Trash Panda is going to get chewed up rather soon. And the thing is, yes, we talked about time possibly maybe being an issue. I don't think that's going to be the case. Even now, 1 minute and 47 seconds remaining, only 2 tanks left by the side of Opur. Look here, a possible one-shot for all of the tanks by Opur that are only BZs.
That's all you need, though.
Realistically, yes. I mean, Piotrix can simply start boosting towards Schick. I think, like, they're hesitating right now because they don't really know where Lokir is. And Lokir is actually in the perfect spot here, being on the hill right now with that 60 TP. Piotrix now starts boosting it over towards Schick in that E4, who gives a big old chunk of damage into that BZ, but is going to take some in return as well, as the E4 is going to start getting focused out. Pan's Fury also on his way, but they need to find that 60 TP actually.
Wait, there's somebody coming for him, no?
There was somebody coming, I think, yeah. One of the BZs, Rexa from behind, is on his way.
Rexa is 693 though.
Yeah, 693. So
but he got him. It's okay, he got him. Off screen, he got him.
Got him.
Yeah, I mean, bro, if Rexa doesn't kill Lokir, they lose this game.
Yep, and we can see the E4 here with that attempted peek into Pan's Fury, but it's going to be Pan's Fury to clean up this match, and clean indeed it was. 4-0. I think there was a difference in class that was demonstrated, at least from this match, in between Opur and Burger.
Opur just not notch better. Yeah, they made the difference on Cliff. That sealed the deal already, kinda. And then his Mind's defense, I think, was the nail in the coffin for Burger's mental state. Left too long on the grill, overcooked, and I think they need to take it outside to cool down a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to see them tomorrow again. They're going to have a second chance. They are going to have an entire night to think about what exactly went wrong here, because if it is 4-0 and the rounds weren't even close, then there is a lot you will have to think about. I mean, yeah, Ozik, he was always just supposed to be the shield. It's a bit weird to me that he switched to HE against the other mouse, like he didn't even try. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. So, yeah, Opur, I think for the first time in a little while, actually, is clean sweeping Burger in towards the lower bracket. They themselves already securing the spot in the upper bracket finals. And we are going to find out in a bit who is going to be the team that is going to meet them there. First of all, though, Ducky, I think that is for the time being enough from the two of us. Let's see what our analysts have to say about this kind of gruesome match. Guys, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, we were all correct picking Opur this time, once again toxic, but none of us expected it to be a 4-0. What a performance, complete domination from the Polish team.
I mean, I gave Burger some credit, I gave them one game. They couldn't quite deliver that either, but it's like I said before before the match, sorry. If Opur shows up at their strongest, it's going to be really hard to take rounds from them. And I mean, they really showed that they are the dominant team, and that's also the reason why they will be representing the European region in the WCI tournament. And if they keep up this performance, I think it's going to be a very strong contender for the victory of this tournament.
So yeah, Burger is gonna drop in the losers bracket, and they'll be meeting Tango tomorrow. Opur moving to the finals of the winners bracket, and they will be facing either Hit and Run or W, which is our last match of the day. Another WoT7. What's your take on it?
I mean, W is they've oftentimes finish top 3, right? But then we have Hit and Run, and they usually finish top 2. So both of those teams being strong, Hit and Run probably a tad stronger. So I'm fairly confident in saying that they will probably take the win. But then again, W might be able to prove us wrong here, as they have been able to do in the past. So it's going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Hit and Run was very, very strong in the last 77 tournament. They played the WCI qualifier, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them dominate, especially after the fact W played already one match against Tango, so they already had time to see exactly what they played on some of the maps. But that being said, we should probably take a closer look at the replays to see what happened in the match between Opur and Burger. As we were starting on Cliff, and you could see already that Opur went for the right decision, the right call, actually going for some overmatch on the middle, and that split from Burger not working out because 3-2-7-7s are completely out of the fight.
I mean, it's really this experience showing, right? They have like 10 seconds from the point of the enemy getting spotted to the actual push. So it's 10 seconds from we see the enemy, we decide what to do, we actually execute what we want to do. And this is the advantage that you need in such games, to just go in there and say we take the shootout, but we are just so much better than you at it that we just drive over with confidence and take the victory.
And do you see this mistake from Rated? I don't know if you saw that, but the 3-2-7-7s. 2 went over the thoughts of the donut, 1 over the top. And then it allowed Opur to go with double CS and push that one alone over the E line. And that was a huge mistake if you think about it. If Burger actually took those 3-2-7s together, it wouldn't be possible from the side of Opur to take that one for free. Well, a bit of style points for T-Sec at the end for that kill. And afterwards, Opur, very solid and convincing defense. That's something we have seen in the past already, utilizing the BZs to take the hill. Why that? Because those tanks, well, they have that boost, but also they have so much HPs that even when the team on the attack is going to try to counter, bringing a 50B on the lower side, well, it's not going to be enough damage to take them out.
Well, it's not only the HPs, right? They also probably have considerably stronger turret armor than a CS. They have the higher alpha, so they can trade better. And just in general, having them there just establishes so much map control and so much dominance over your enemy that it's going to be really hard to retake the hill, which is what you have to do in order to still win it. But then Burger doesn't really have the tanks, neither the positions, neither the ability to get into those positions to do it. So for Opur, at the point where they have the tanks up on the hill, the match is pretty much over, and you won't see that team doing mistakes and playing rounds like that down.
Ooh, I mean, that damage on mines, that early damage on Rated was pretty huge. And then, well, on the side of Burger, they were down already 5-6k HPs, and they tried to utilize that hurry with the binoculars and the vents, probably trying to outspot the 60p at the spawn. But well, Seisa, when he shot, he got spotted, and well, he took 2 shots in return for that, so that trade was definitely not working out. And you could see that Opur, they had all the control they needed, 2 tanks over the 1-2 lines, the CS and the IS-7, the CS2, the shield if it comes down to it. 360 TPs under the hill, 1 guy at the spawn, 1 CS to rotate over the 1-2 over the base 1. So I think it was a perfect defense from the side of Opur. And you have to mention that you don't need to necessarily go aggressive like some teams did on that map. It's very dev-sided.
It's very dev-sided indeed, and I just want to go back to the hurry from the last match. Sorry, I don't think it's ever worth to have binos on there, right? Because max you get is 1 shot. But whatever. We saw Opur demonstrating how to actually play a proper attack. You force the defender to actually rotate out of this camp defense. You force them to split up, so now you will see they push around the corner. The E4 in the base will not have shots anymore, and Opur still controls the hill, is able to put shots down into the enemy the entire time throughout the match. Really great execution, great stuff, really showing why they are the dominant team.
I think there is one play from the side of Burger. The play was to actually go across and just go for those buildings, take like 1 or 2 shots from the BZs, accept the damage taken, because they took 1 mouse out for free pretty much before, and then they could have traded against the E5 like 2v1, and then they would have taken away that cap pressure from Opur and probably won on their defense. But well, the decision they went for going under the hill, this was pretty much perfect from the side of Opur with their setup, because you could see that all of those things from Burger there were pretty locked in this position, and that E5 did so much damage the entire time.
Yeah, E5's really probably people value it really high, but I feel like it's still underrated for what it can perform. I would almost go as far as putting it up there with an S-Kong. Really just one of the dominant tanks, especially you have the DPM, you have 340 heat pen, you are very, very flexible, and you still have HP and some armor to provide. Great tank, and I mean, it's showing over and over, especially on mines, how dominant it can be in these shootouts.
Yeah, well, good job to Opur. That's not the end for Burger. We get to see them again tomorrow in the losers bracket. And now, well, we'll see who is going to take the victory and who's going to meet Opur tomorrow in the finals of the winners bracket. That's our last match of the day. W against Hit and Run. I would expect the community to go Hit and Run way, due to the fact that they have been very dominant in the past 7v7 tournament, especially WCI qualifier, 63-37s, 2/3 of the community going Hit and Run's way. This team, Monster, the team captain, we don't have Barbarian, which is going to be playing with them for the WCI. We don't need to have some more of the Ukrainian players, but all of those names, they're pretty known.
I feel like these predictions are also pretty fair. One could argue that you can give a few percentages more to Hit and Run, but to be honest, I feel like this is pretty much spot on. W can definitely take rounds from Hit and Run and Opur. They might not do it consistently enough to actually win the entire match, but that is something that they will be able to show us in the near future when the match actually starts.
Yeah, definitely last match of the day, WoT7. And well, we'll get back to the cast desk to introduce that final match. Please, Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to exactly. It's going to be the last match of the day. It's going to be W against Hit and Run.
But a good one.
And hopefully it's going to be a good
on
one.
paper,
Yeah,
I mean.
On paper, exactly. Hit and Run, obviously a team that do not really need an introduction. They have played past tournaments. They've won past tournaments. They're part of the Inbull crew coming in and under their captain of Monster. We have Miku Kubash, Kormi Piotr, Never Mentus, Marcel Konrad, and Minairos to round it off. And they are playing against a team that we saw earlier today and that we saw win earlier today. It's going to be a W under their captain Frugo. And while it still needed some polishing, what we saw earlier today, most of it already looked pretty good. Question is it gonna be good enough against this bulwark of a team that is Hit and Run? They definitely have the player skill to do it. Do they have the tactics? Do they have the team cohesion? All of those questions are going to be answered soon.
They're going to be answered very soon, and this should be a close match if everything is according to the script, at least. I don't know what you predicted, but did you predict for a close match?
No, actually. I went with a 4-1 for Hit and Run. The same thing that I predicted for the past match as well, where I said Opur would take it 4-1 because I didn't believe it was going to be a clean sweep, but we'll see. Macpick and Bando come in. We do have Mines, Murabanka taken out. Steps going to be the first time of the day that we're going to see that map. Then Himmelsdorf at least 2 rounds. Prokhorovka, then Cliff is going to be map number 3. Ghost Town taken out, Sand River taken out of the picture, and if we get to it, we have Tundra as the tiebreaker. But honestly, I'm not sure we'll get there. And it's not even because I think one team is so much better than the other. I just think the maps are very volatile. Yes, Steps is possibly going to be a 1-1, but honestly, Himmelsdorf, Cliff, if neither of those go 2-0, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I like that we're getting again a different map that we haven't seen yet. I feel like that was kind of the case in all of the series in a way. That they're like in the last one we had Cliff, we didn't see Cliff before. Then we have Muro, which we didn't see before in the match there. And now we have Steps. I don't think the meta on Steps has fully settled 100%. You always see like some sort of different things, teams trying to approach it in a different way than before, because they got that defensive structure that teams built. What these two teams are going to go for is a big question. I mean, W does have sometimes some crazy things. Hit and Run, more of a standard team. They're not really that kind of team that will bring out something super weird that you haven't seen before. But the style that they play, it's very solid. It's methodical. It's cool, calm, and collected. And they also have, of course, the players behind it to bring it home. And the advantage that they have, is what you could say, is that they're already in full preparation mode, or should be, for China, which does give them more time practiced and prepared. I mean, for China still, but compared to W, they should be a little bit more on form, right?
Exactly, and whereas that hasn't been in the past kind of the case for Hit and Run and Opur both, I think both of those are very much looking forward to training right now, because they have a goal, they have a target set for themselves, set ahead of them. And here we see caster predictions. Both Insane and I are saying this is going to be 4-1. Both Toxic and you saying it's going to be 4-2. But all of us agreeing it's going to be a hit and run comfortable victory over W. Who, yes, some of the rounds were like slightly questionable, but other rounds really, really did look good. As we once again see the last bit of how Opur was just able to beat Burger, but I believe that we should be hopping into the map video for steps kind of soon, as we do look at the map video indicating the lineups should be here in just about a minute. There we go, Hit and Run coming into the first round here. They're doing so with a mouse, a double 277, a double S-Kong 1E5, and a Minotauro.
And a Minotauro to round it off against White Rock and Barkis in the CS63, Zali in the E5, Lup in the 277, Frugo in the I7, and Nightux and Uzak. Rounding it up with the double 60 TP, no clutch bite.
Indeed. W saying here the MVP from last tournament not even needed to win this round. Well, Hit and Run certainly are going to have a say about that one, as they're sending double 277 together with the Minotauro towards the north. The S-Kong also close one cap, double S-Kong actually, and only 277 and mouse towards the 2 side, as we see White Rock in the CS63. Interestingly enough, no spotting equipment, but does sport the low noise exhaust.
And you'll see Mineros in that E5 trying to take some ground. Monster here just knocking over some trees. Curious what that exactly is supposed to achieve.
I have the same questions and the same kind of curiosity, because him standing on the rails actually means that he is above the felled trees. So would get spotted. Piotr now in the eastern part of the map getting spotted here, intuitioning over to a different kind of ammunition, and Frugo kind of close to him as well. Piotr, with getting spotted, knows that he can't really overpeak, but he does get some information. He sees one of the 277s by W, namely Loop, and is probably suspecting that something's up.
Intuition has been such a nice skill. It got changed in such a nice way. Actually made it super useful. Except for against lightly armored tanks, of course, but overall it's just so nice. It's been a while, no, since that got changed already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The other day we had a discussion in my chat, like how
but
long it's been since Sixth Sense has been default in the game.
Sixth Sense default? I mean, it must have been this year, because this is the year of like most of the crew changes. A few months ago, I would say. Maybe February, March, April.
That's already a long time, Kian.
Yes, yes. Time flies when you're having a good time. And who is going to be having a good time is Piotr, because he did actually rotate out in time. He's not going to be taking any damage. Instead of that, he's going to be taking a crossfire position. But Frugo is making it onto the cap here without really losing any kind of HP. Finally, a singular hit coming in from, I believe, Conrad in the mouse. But that is not a huge price to pay.
The Mino is coming, though. And they don't really have that STRV or Leo or Hori. You know, something either super accurate or with really high pen.
I mean, the E5 is not really super accurate, but does have acceptable kinds of pen, and also the heat means that he's not going to be auto-bouncing. We'll have to see if Monster is able to bring those resets onto Frugo. But the thing is, now Hit and Run here coming in with a rotation. They do respect the fact that W have the medium tank and they don't, meaning that, you know, map control and spotting advantage isn't really there. Minira's now starting to fell trees here to be able to counter any kind of opposing tank that would be coming over the open ground. But I think Monster, like, he's going to take another 30 seconds to deliver it, and then he is going to start peeking instead with over a minute left. He's already starting to peek. Takes a big shot here into his turret and needs to be very careful. The heat shell's not connecting here. The low heat pen of the Minotaur once again a problem.
He can switch to HE though if he has to really decap. I like what WoT7's doing here, taking some distance, taking the flank, starting to surround, feeling out the rest of the map. Because Frugo will get reset, but look at Conrad, man. He's starting to lead the charge on the lower side. It looks like Hit and Run wants to make a move, wants to make that peak against Frugo to take him out of the game. They're starting to make those connections count as well. Frugo, the Polish Diamond, immediately removed from this battle. But the punishment taken was severe though.
Punishment taken indeed significant with double 60 TP with those high alpha guns, plus Barkis with the CS63 able to provide DPM from the sidelines. But that being said, that is a kill that the W players aren't really going to be able to immediately answer. Kubash now taking the upper position with his 277 is going to provide pull-down spots on towards the E5 even, so taking more and more positions away. And the thing is now that Hit and Run, yes, they've bled a lot of HP, but they were actually able to spread it onto the tanks. And also, one S-Conk is super low, but he's in the back line. The W team is not going to be able to pick that one up. And, like, taking damage only matters if the guns, in turn, actually start dropping.
And so far, that's not really the case. Marcel has a one-shot fallen back, but look at WoT7 though. Like, he has a lot of room in this game to make plays. Miku takes one from Barkis as well. But WoT7 is the difference maker here. Like, when does he start shooting? What does he do next? They have them boxed in, but they still need to find a way to push, for example, Kubash and Konrad in those 277s. But they're also covered pretty well by those S-Kongs in return. But Ali now coming down, it does start to give the signal that the push is coming.
Indeed. The W tanks now on the eastern part of the map advancing. Finally, WoT7 does start firing, giving the signal to the Hit and Run tanks that there is the CS63 behind him. Tries to blind at the Minotauro, does not find PTD though from the back here. And yes, he's going to be a nuisance, but the Hit and Run tanks probably communicating very well that there is the CS63 behind them, so they can't really peek. That being said though, Monster taking another hit, and now in comes the push by W over the 9 and 0 line. Able to isolate Konrad, to isolate Kubash. Yes, Ali taking some damage as well, but the next kills should be the ones for W.
It should be the ones for W as Konrad and Kubash. I mean, Konrad trying to make a good shield. Piotr actually coming back in, wants to make the kills here. Is Yuzak and Itox really going to be enough to pick this up? It doesn't look that way. Ali, first of all, picks up Miku. Now Piotr there shielding his teammates with his life, basically. Konrad and Kubash surviving for an extremely long time, but WoT7 from behind picks up one. Now looking towards another, which is Marcel Lip coming back in with the ram to finish off Piotr as well. Barkis pushing around the corner. Now it's just Mineros and Konrad left standing against 5 W tanks who have done a remarkably well job at Steps Assault. Yeah, Frugo would hide, but they traded so well for that.
Exactly. Hit and Run there with a big peek on towards Frugo, but in the end that resulted in costing them just simply too much. Very annoying bounce there for WoT7 on towards the roof of the E5, but in the end it's going to be W who are securing round number 1 in this upper bracket semifinal. And they do look good doing so. Hit and Run here, kind of getting caught off guard with what W were doing on Steps.
I think W was just very fast about it. They repushed that 9-0 rather quickly. A bit too slow to catch Piotr, but in return, normally you see the size 7 really get punished for driving on the cap to begin with. In this case, Frugo didn't really take a lot of punishment.
Yeah, and what's kind of like concerning as well is that Kubash and Piotr, like 2 of the tanks that you would normally expect together with the S-Kongs to farm a lot, they didn't really have any kind of impact. And I mean, yeah, Piotr making it out full HP, that's normally the ideal result. But from there on out, the 277s, like, they weren't utilizing the thing that makes them special, which is like this this very high mobility together with having a really good turret and good pen. It felt like the 277s were, kind of there. And
I just don't really like
That was it.
277 in this. I mean, I7 I understand, high HP, high armor, etc., etc. But 277, it's always like it's not an IS7. It's also not an E5. It's not an S Kong. Not the greatest fan of the tank in general in this format, except for like
Yeah.
Cliff.
yeah, but even then, nowadays it kind of has fallen out of fashion with the appearance of BZ. So personally, I do agree, especially since the 277 gun always has been iffy, and it's sort of like the 113 where you have to compensate for the gun handling being meh with the heat pen being pretty good, actually. But
I mean, it's still better than the 5A gun.
well, the 5A gun. At least the 5A gun has DPM. Like the 277
Yeah.
gun doesn't even have that.
I'm playing it recently. Great DPM, so useful. Amazing.
Well, yeah, at least you can bounce the enemies often, right?
Yeah, or miss them
Or miss
as
them
you shoot
altogether.
above them numerous times in a row.
That sounds like you're referring to a specific instance that happened recently.
No, nothing too specific. Just yeah, I don't know.
I don't know which step that is in the process, but you sound like you're in the acceptance stage now regarding the 5A.
I've accepted everything. I accept this from the game every day, dude.
Well, good for you. There is some people who aren't there yet. Anyway.
Like you accepted sometimes in Onslaught.
Yes, but I have reached gold, and that is where the journey, at least for this Onslaught season, is going to stop.
Solo Legend next time. Let's go.
I don't even think I'm. Nah, let's not go there. Anyway, round number 2 in between a W and hit and run. So far, they've been hit and they've been running, but they've not really been getting a lot of points on the board. They're going to be trying to change that, the team around Monster here. And they're going to try to change that with triple IS7, triple E5, and a singular CS.
And a singular CS to run that off versus the Leo, the CS, the Kong, the Mouse, and the triple 60p. So the Leo here being played by Ali. A mobile sniper. Still not always too easy to get him into the fight, especially on defense.
To be honest, Leo's a great tank. I love the gun to bits, but I don't like it in 7v7 because it doesn't contribute. It doesn't contribute HP, most of all. It doesn't contribute armor.
I know, but at least the Leo can bring his HP into the fight at some point.
I mean, yeah, and he is very effective at bringing his HP into the fight because the enemies will have no trouble penetrating it.
Which means that they'll rather shoot the Leo than somebody else.
Yeah. There's a bit of silver lining to everything, I guess. Anyway, Monster here spotting out Barkis. That's a new route to counter spot against someone, even using like the bushes here. So Monster is not getting spotted for this. Barkis is like gonna be like, what the hell happened? And you can see Monster here time and time again peeking, making sure that Barkis only gets that single 6th sense notification.
That was smart, right? You think Barkis realized where it came from, or he's still confused?
If he has never had this happen to him before, he's probably very confused, and that's why he's running away. Or he has this happen to him before, and he's like, yeah, I can't play against this. But now he will know where it came from. Monster there, not only with a good spotting, also with a good shot here in towards Barkis. Reveals his position, but at this point in time, the damage is done, literally.
Yeah, the damage has been done and created space for the side of hit and run. They do have, I mean, they do have a little bit of problems with this now. CS on low HP, I mean, he can just park behind the rocket A8, that's fine. You see hit and run is taking it very slow and steady, but they, again, also have that opening on 9-0 and they're using. They're taking one from Monster. in that 60 TP. Monster doing a good job there in that CS so far, really paying off his tank, almost really paying it off fully.
And on the other hand, White Rock in the S-Conk, that is, I believe, in C5, also having taken damage, and Hit and Run, like there was a discrepancy in HP. Hit and Run managed to close this. They've also managed to like take a lot of map control without revealing anything really, because the only tank that's been revealed is Monster, and yes, there were tanks behind him that fired, but they could have been like far gone by now. But I think that 60 TP that we just saw, I believe that's Frugo. That is going to come as a nasty surprise. Ooh, more damage though onto Ali in that Leopard, getting tagged, and the ability to bring HP into the fight has just been halved.
Yeah, well, you did say that Leo is pretty easy to get penetrated, and he did get numerous ones at the same time there, dropping him to 900 as well, just like Barkus, and Hit and Run in the beginning of this game, just doing a really good job at lowering that overall HP. Now they're moving towards 9-0 line, kind of the same as W, with just a lot more initial damage. And I really like Hit and Run's lineup for this as well, though. They have the triple I7, they could double cap. For W side, you don't really have that Mino, for example, so you'd have to use the S-Conk or a 60 DP, which is not that great to get the resets. And you have the nice DPM from the E5s behind, right?
Exactly. Like that is probably going to be the plan for Hit and Run from here on out, is like basically put those IS-7s on towards the cap, and then you have those DPM machines with the really nice guns, the E5s to back it up. You have Monster basically as a free agent to roam around the map, to create map control, to create angles, to pick off stragglers. They have seen that the Leopard 1 took damage. They have seen that the CS took damage, that those can't really contest Monster if they don't do it together, and that would be 2 tanks out of the fight. Basically, there are only 2 mediums, and they can't even be sure that Monster isn't backed up by a singular heavy, because, like, yes, Monster is spotted right now, but as soon as he's despotted, they have to assume that he starts rotating at any second. I'm kind of curious, though, with that triple IS-7 advance here, they're going to drive completely over the open field. They're not even going to care. The first shot of damage coming in into Piotr. Ooh, that is a lot of punishment. Are they going to keep going onto Yuzek? Possibly.
It looks like that. Piotr is the one stopping because they already took a bunch of damage. Conrad is the second one to take a face full of it as well. And Yuzek might actually pay off his life in not such a bad fashion. Piotr taking another one there. That's from Lip in the 60p. Now if Yuzek to get one more shot out, I think he does actually towards Conrad. That 60 TP is also paying for itself. That is a cashback program, as you love to see. Still a bit alive, but you know, he's gonna do another shot. That brings the HP very even, though. Good stuff there from Yuzek, good shooting as well. White Rock needs to be careful doing that S-Conk. They have those IS-7s now stuck in the low road. Kubash could still go onto the cap if he wanted to, but for W, they're gonna count their blessings.
Yeah, W going to be pretty happy with how this situation turned out. Now, Monster starting once again a small rotation with that CS, is going to go towards the middle of the map, is going to spot out a few enemy tanks. Kubash indeed does get spotted here and does get double tapped on the way to the cap, and we can see here Monster now with a good connection into White Rock, just controlling that S-Conk, just telling him, no, back up, my brother, you're not going to be shooting from there. And obviously White Rock being down towards 1000 HP has to respect that. Has to respect the fact that Monster can just look for the 1v1, but ooh, that is a bold play and a half.
That's Frugo in the 60 TP moving closer. Monster there had the timing nailed down to check for that, so he's probably going to escape unscathed, I would say. That CS63 is very fast. He's going to be moving back towards those bushes. He will have an E5 to support him, but more importantly, cannot forget about it, there is a CS63 in D2. We currently cannot see it because it's off screen as we're watching Monster's POV, but that is going to be annoying for the C5.
Indeed, the E5 is going to have some trouble here. We can already see he's getting tapped into the side, and we can see also that Frugo is trying to provide the spots for his teammate, but now Monster is starting to peak here. Penetration, 60 TP isn't going to come in. There we go. Good shot by Frugo, reducing Monster towards with one shot. But while all of this has been going on, Cap is actually a big problem, down towards 18 seconds. And we can see the hit and run tanks, they don't even have the HP anymore, but they're just trying to waste the time of the W tanks just so they don't go here. Good gun shielding, but Cap got reset.
Yeah, I think that was Whiterock or Lip, one of the two there with the emergency decap. Whiterock coming back in, Monero's there. Really good shielding of the Cupola, but it does not matter. Ali there finds the kill on Marcel. And W, man, unbelievably enough, are going to take steps to 0 unless something crazy happens. And yet this repush here from Monster and that CS, it looked good on paper, right? But the CS of Barkis at D2, low HP or not, was able to just put shot after shot after shot into them. And that 2v2, yeah, that's like E5 CS versus a 60p with a CS sniping, but an S-Kong that can kind of help as well. It wasn't going to end well.
Yeah, and we can see now Frugo here taking his sweet time to aim as the heat shell finds the back of the IS-7 turret. And 16 seconds remaining, but most likely the W tanks are going to be able to clean up the remainder of the hit and run team as they are going to take steps 2-0, a result that very, very few people will have expected. W storming into this upper bracket semi-final here, showing what they're made of and also showing their place to hit and run, who are trailing right now, who are going to be stunned after this one.
I mean, good recovery for the initial that they had. You've seen Barkis on 900 HP, then Ali on 900 HP as well. But then, man, this push onto Yuzek was costly, to be honest. And I think Piotr would have almost been better off just going immediately after Conrad went. He took another shot for that from a 60 TP. That's like nitpicking the looks, but it all adds up to greater amounts of damage, right? And Yuzek does, like, I think 3 shots of damage in total, or 4 even. So that wasn't very good trade for them. And then they were out of time. And then you see this push by the E5 CS. Monster played a really good game before that, but he can't really do much against an S-Kung kind of CS sniping him.
Yeah, and I think that is also the second time today that we essentially see that even on very, very open maps, mediums are going to have a hard time. If one of those heavies, or super heavies, is just going to drive at them, right? Then they just have to give up ground. They just have to give up ground for time, and they have to hope that someone is going to cover. And if that covering tank is supposed to be an E5 that's getting tapped in the side constantly, then yeah, it's not gonna end well. It did end well for the team of W though, 2-0, which leads us now once again to the map pick and ban screen as Steps, the W pick, going their way completely. Now it's into Himmelsdorf. And Himmelsdorf, historically speaking, one of the maps that teams like Hit and Run, teams and Opur are at home. At this point, I am surprised that, the signs at the door don't say the nicknames of the players somewhere on Himmelsdorf.
I'm very, very proud of W, though, winning this 2-0 against Hit and Run. Maybe Hit and Run was a bit too relaxed as well coming into this match. Now they're down 2-0. Himmels, 1 round, and then finish it off on Cliff. I'll have you know, though, I put my channel points on W, so I'm cruising.
Oh, so
I only have 5,000 of them because I made some bad life choices with my points, and it's all rigged.
So,
anyways,
so you're saying you're...
I'm double dipping, dude. I'm double dipping.
Yeah, exactly. So you're playing both sides here. So
I mean, look at Mickey Han. If I can eat from both jars at the same time, I wouldn't say no. It's like you drinking 2 beers at the same time from like one of those little hats, dude, I could actually really see you with one of those helmets, dude. And then those 2 balls, and like, I could see it, dude.
The only thing
if I buy you one of
those helmets is not on stream.
Why not?
I could only drink beverages like water from it on stream.
Water? You once said that water is for the fishes. You don't do that.
I think I have to, reconsider the things I say to you, because you seem to have a very good memory.
Sometimes when it comes to these kind of things, yes. I remember what I did yesterday, though. But W, man, 2-0. It's crazy. I mean, they have a really good chance of picking up a round on Himmels. I won't say that they will win at 2-0. I think that's disrespectful to Hit and Run. But picking up one round on Himmels for a team of their caliber, definitely possible. And Cliff, you know as well as me that Cliff is the map where initial tactics matter a lot. And that W is not bad at the tactical department, so they could just win one game flat out by better opening. Could be the storyline.
I feel like both of those maps are kind of volatile. And I really like using that word for it because anything that you do as a team on those kind of maps, it can just directly blow up in your face. If you have the wrong opening on either Himmelsdorf or Cliff, then you just might be losing by default just for picking the wrong opening against what the opponent happens to be doing. So you need to be very careful. You can't really do those all-in plays if you're behind, like Hit and Run, because losing one more round now means going up against match point where you really can't afford anymore to make any kind of mistakes. And this now means that maybe by W we see some kind of experimenting, but then again, they've just been playing a damn solid match so far. Like the first match that we saw them in earlier today, it was kind of shaky at times. It was kind of down to the enemy also making mistakes while they were able to get those rounds on the board. But here, really, it was just, damn solid all the way. And if they can just keep this up, especially against a team like Hit and Run that in the past, time and time again, have proven that they can play to the absolutely highest level, then that is going to demand the respect of everyone, that not only of people watching, but also of anyone that is still remaining in the tournament. Opur probably watching this with great interest currently.
I mean, Opur probably prefers playing against W than Hit and Run. Didn't they 4 or 5-0 W in the groups? I think so. So, But anyways, we're not there just yet. Hit and Run want to stop this train with a 113, double 60 TP, 50B, double IS4, and the mouse.
For W, trying to make it to match point, 150B, 1 IS4, 1 IS7, 1 mouse, W5, and the Minotauro on Himmelsdorf. All right, kind of an interesting pick, but not one completely out of anyone's mind. That brutal frontal armor can just come in very, very handy sometimes. Now it's going to be up to the things that we said. It's going to be up towards those openings where we see Yuzek getting sent towards the 2-cap, Ali getting sent towards the 3-line, everyone else getting sent towards the 2-line. And for the team of Hit and Run, a 50B, a 113 are going to be driving towards the hill, an IS4, 60 TP are going to be driving towards the 8-line, and the rest of the tanks gets diverted towards the rails, where a lot of tanks by W are driving, actually.
Yeah, and they're using that lower window with Ali instead of the higher window. He doesn't spot the IS4 crossing, though. Does the IS4 have any special equipment there? Not get spotted, or was it just a miss of the spotting check? I doubt it. We've seen people drive with Loner's exhaust across the K line, but
he does see the mouse, so at least now he's there.
Anyway, he only missed one tank. I mean, could just be a timing issue,
Yep. But W, very aggressively on their defense, taking the southwestern part of Himmelsdorf, now advancing into Mercedes. And sending a loop to the K-line. He's going to be extremely annoying for the mouse to deal with. Oh, Bark is there. Once again, a 50B being used as a spotter. But we can see from the side, the mouse with an unexpected angle on towards Piotr, who starts burning immediately. Hot summer for him.
Monster not really enjoying that fire on his IS4, down to 1.2. And again, W putting themselves in prime position to do something with this round. The Mino even getting, I think, a shot on the back of the IS4. Now Miku taking one. Ever so slowly edging themselves ahead in this game. Loop there takes one from the mouse. He'll trade against it, and he might just go for that again. He's like, okay, the mouse has a longer reload than I do. Let me give him one more. So trades 2 for 1. That's what you want to do. In that E5, putting that pen to use. Just has to be careful from Piotr. Got to respect the possibility of a retaliation. That E5 side, of course, can get pen really easily. But here comes the repush, though.
The repush coming in, the train rolling in towards the K line. It's the 113 and the 50B driving towards the E5 of Loop. The 50B taking a lot of shots, but it's not going to matter because they're both going to make it over. The 50B with the first non-connection into Loop here, who is obviously going to focus out the autoloader. The 113 behind him. Yes, Loop will maybe get one more shot of damage, but that's going to be all she wrote for him. As actually, Loop survives the clip. The 113 with a bounce here, with a non-connection, which enables Loop to get even more damage out. This is terrible for the side of Hit and Run, who are investing a lot of it into it. And yeah, this is actually a skill issue and now a low roll issue even for Kubash here. Time and time again, the bounces coming into that E5. White Rock profiting off of this. Finally, Loop falls. That took a lot longer than it should have.
Really good gun blocking by Loop there, though, against that Heat 113. Kind of annoying in the meantime. Marcel getting pressure in the IS-4 in the window. Itox facing off against Piotr, who doesn't connect that Mino. You know that tank can be very, very annoying to shoot at because of that very sturdy frontal armor. Really gonna hit that lower plate. Probably did not connect upon it. Itox there with a good retaliation. Now wants to face hug this 60 DP. Piotr does get the shot off though. But look at it at the meantime, Kian, all of his teammates, they're falling to pieces. W on a streak of games here that nobody expected so far. They're mopping the floor with Hit and Run, who are currently just getting run over.
Exactly. The team in yellow here just taking hit after hit. And the team in purple just pressing the button that they're named after. W all the way. W's on the board. It's going to be 3-0. We're looking at a big upset.
Right now, I mean, I said one round on Himmels. They've already achieved that. So that's going to be 3-0 match points for W. Just one more to close it out. And that would be, I mean, an upset is a really big word. I mean, still a little bit of an upset, yeah. I mean, for Hit and Run, it's awful. It's really bad to be in this scenario.
All right, so I think it's time to open up the copium valves and say that
they're using old strats, dude.
That as well.
They're saving strats for China, guys. You don't understand. Look, they have only 1+ month left, dude. What is it? 5 weeks, 6 weeks?
It's 24, 25, and 26 of November. So we have the 13th right now, which means it's more than a month, like more than 5 weeks.
Yeah, it's like 6 weeks, yeah.
5.5, 6, I think.
Yeah, so, you know, you guys don't understand. They only have 6 weeks to come up with different strats. That's not enough time, dude. Every strat has to be perfected down to the A's and Z's, you know? And
maybe they should be perfecting the strats first for the W's.
Yeah, potentially. No, but, you know, W just doing a really good job. I think even if this repushes, I mean, even if Moneros kills that E5 of Lip earlier, they're losing everywhere else on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, basically the E5 of Lip surviving there for so long is a little bit of a cherry on top for the team of W. It just locks in the victory like instantaneously. But in the end, like, yeah, W showing up here, Hit and Run, sort of falling apart in front of our eyes. And like for other teams, sometimes there have been, you know, penetration issues when it came to tanks, but it never really seemed to affect those teams of like Opur, Hit and Run, right? It never seemed to affect them properly. Whereas this time, like even double non-connection coming out from the 113. Obviously, he can't control the low roll after, but if he, you know, just kills him before that, we don't see the low roll.
Yeah, sure, but it's like not that simple for the 113 though. To be honest, like if you're facehugging an E5 is one of the most annoying tanks to facehug, because you gotta imagine the 113 is pretty low to the ground, right? Shooting up at the cupola of an E5 is near impossible from that angle, and on top of that, gun blocking against heat, it's extremely annoying. Moneros made the mistake there of he tried to block the E5 from going into that back cubby so his 50B could fully clip, but he did that for too long that he gave Lip an opportunity to actually facehug him. In a facehug, normally the E5 decimates the 113, and it's not even close, simply because the 113, you can't pen the upper hull. So what do you shoot for, Kian? You can't pen his turret face, you can't pen his upper hull, and you can't hit his cupola.
And I think the other problem was that even the 50B didn't connect the full clip.
No, he missed
He
one.
bounced the first one at least. And if that one's a good roll, then we also don't see that happening with the E5.
They still lose.
They still lose regardless, which is a scary prospect here for the side of Hit and Run, because normally those players from InMill, or historically even you could say at this point in time, like even when the strats maybe weren't 100,000% on point, and when they seemed like, you know, a bit sleepy when it came to the strats, when it came to the actual plays being made by the players and the execution of calls, that one was always crisp, to say the least. That one was always razor sharp. We are not seeing that either, because sometimes it was literally just the individual player skill that was absolutely off the chart. Not today.
But as much as we can say that Hit and Run maybe isn't like performing to the best, I think that's also down to just W being actually really, really solid so far. They're playing very good world tanks, quick world tanks as well. On steps, I saw they were very quick, which gave them a lot. Here on the Simmels, they took a lot of quick positions as well, pressuring out that K line, pressuring that IS-4 behind the church, getting even the 50B into an advanced position. They're playing very well.
Exactly. It always takes two. It takes the team of Hit and Run to do a surprising amount of mistakes, to show a surprising amount of weaknesses. And it takes the team of W to not only capitalize onto those weaknesses, but just, you know, creating those openings for themselves. Because part of like how you're able to win in those competitive environments is force your opponent to make mistakes. If you don't leave your opponent with any good option, but with only bad options for them, and they have to choose in between bad and worse, that's naturally going to be good for you. And now we see that we are actually at the result of this, where, Hit and Run are faced with a match point. And the thing that I was getting at with the Copium Valves was actually not that they're saving strats for China, but instead that other teams have been on match point against teams like Hit and Run before. And all of a sudden, things started turning around, because getting that last round on the board can be the hardest round of the entire match.
It's not over yet. We've seen remontadas before, it's usually not at this part of the tournament or like the finals. But I think it's W all the way, man.
Well, we'll see if Hit and Run are able to avoid the clean sweep here, first of all. Triple 60TP, a mouse, double 277, and the E5.
And the E5 versus W's E5 of their own, 277, double mouse, IS-7, 50B, and 60TP to round it off.
Now, Hit and Run's lineup here. Like, it looks a bit heavier, but then again, it looks a bit lighter at the same time. I realize that sounds kind of weird. In the HP department, though, 20,000 HP for Hit and Run. That's a chunker of a number of HP. W even trumping that by 320 more. And W sending a lot of tanks actually on towards the hill. IS-7, 277, 50B, and 1 E5 to round it off. That is 4 out of 7 tanks for their whole team. Meanwhile, only the heavy/super heavy tanks are getting sent in towards the banana. And Hit and Run, they're taking a lot of map control. The problem for them being is that playing in those rails in that 1-2 line, playing around the courtyard, can be very costly if the enemy controls the hill.
Yeah, this is a different kind of defense, kind of like we saw from W themselves, you know? More over 1-2 and less over the courtyard. Now, though, when now 1-2 is being taken, they will start setting up to punish any 8-line aggression. So they'll get the 60Ps of Miku, Kubash, and Monster in position, so they can all punish the 8-line. And at some point, W will have to go down it.
Mm-hmm. Now, Hit and Run revealing some of their tanks. We do see them getting spotted, the triple 60TP that is. And both Piotr and Konrad unable to connect their shots onto Frugo here, who has Ali running behind him, trying to cross over as well, is going to get in towards the hold down White Rock on a different part of the map, I think on the hill, taking a shot of damage here. And now Konrad backing off with that mouse. But Barkis with that 50B starting to run on towards the cap. This is going to be a quick 1-2 double cap, actually, and it's going to force hit and run into some kind of a reaction, but those 60 TPs that are committed into the southern side of the map, that is a lot of HP, a lot of firepower, a lot of very slow tanks that are currently not there to help.
Yeah, and W here, I mean, what Hit and Run didn't know, Key, is that the double mouse is not driving over the hill. You know, in their mind, the double mouse could be driving over the hill and would be arriving on zero line now. They're going to be repushing across towards Barkis, and I think Barkis is a little slow here on the reaction. He is going to get caught in that 50B, already taken one from Pyotr, a second from Marcel, and a third from Conrad with HC even to punish that 50B a little further, and that was a great repush from them.
A great repush, but now the team of W in that G line starting to commit in, but the hit squad of the 60 TPs, yes, it takes some time for them to drive around, but they have arrived. Most certainly Yuzek now trying to tank it out against that double 60 TP and huge chunks of damage coming in. But now the W tanks starting to converge onto the northern part of the map, where 3 tanks by hit and run are singled out. Piotr, the first one to get focused out. Barkis from the sidelines with that 50B, able to provide cover fire. Marcel, the next one on the board here, on the plan for W, who get the next kill, the second unanswered kill for themselves on their match point.
On their match point indeed, and even that 50B on low HP getting out a full clip. Lip in the meantime trying to face these guys on the 8 line with some funky angling on that hold on, but there comes W on towards Conrad. That mouse, a lot of HP, a lot of easy damage to farm when you get on towards the side of it, and that is all she rode for Hit and Run in this match. And now what was even is no longer the case, as W is just steamrolling over these A-line tanks. That initial repush from Hit and Run was a good one on towards Marcus, but then W came back with all of their tanks back into the fray to take it down. And the result of this is 7 tanks left standing for W versus just 2 from Hit and Run. Make it 6 for W, and a well-deserved victory, even capping it out for style points, because the cap is also a win. W 4-0 Hit and Run.
Exactly. W surprising, I think, most of us here, probably all of us, maybe even themselves, 4-0ing Hit and Run, sending them right down towards the lower bracket. So the upper bracket final is not going to be a showdown of the Invil teams. Instead, once again, it is Frugo's squad here that are going to be taking it on against the squad of Opur. But first of all, congratulations to them for a stunning match. And if you're a Hit and Run fan, you're going to have to question some of what we just saw.
Yeah, really good stuff from W, though. Again, a really good repush again on towards the A-line themselves. I mean, yeah, Barkis was almost dead, but he didn't die, and he made its full clip. Kubash, though?
Yes, exactly.
About that.
Kubash, not really the best of times there, but even that, I don't think it really matters too much. It was just that with that move over the hill and through the 8 line that we saw W do, that the timing was impeccable for them, actually, because all those 60 TPs by a Hit and Run that were supposed to, essentially be the tanks that receive a push by the W tanks, but also at the same time, there are those big meaty alpha tanks that are able to dish out some punishment as well. They were the ones that had to make that rotation, and they're very slow when it comes to those rotations. So yeah, Barkis kind of getting caught off guard, but in the end, sweeping in with a vengeance on that A line there of Himmelsdorf, and W just storming to the upper bracket finals. Stellar performance. And I think for today, that's going to be enough for the two of us. We're going to raid you after the stream to make sure people can keep claiming their drops. And, don't just do that. Also have a look at the gameplay, because Ducky, not the worst player in the world, actually. Few people know that. But yeah. See you guys tomorrow. We're going to be live again at 4 p.m. CEST. That is 2 p.m. UTC. That being said, the analysts, guys, insane and toxic. Take it away.
Well, thanks a lot. And Toxic, what a convincing performance it has been from W. None of us expected us, all of us going for Hit and Run, and actually they have been underperforming a lot. But on top of it, we have to also give credit to W for that magnificent performance.
I mean, they surely didn't stick to the script that we sent them previously. We might have to have a word with them. But jokes aside, that's a stellar performance. Being able to beat Hit and Run 4-0, that's quite the statement. And I mean, for tomorrow, they won't have an easier match though. They will be playing versus Opur in match 7, which will be the second to last match that we will be covering tomorrow. Before that, tomorrow we will have match 5 and match 6 on U, and match 7 and match 8 will also be casted from an A tomorrow. But for now, I'm sorry, I'm a bit flabbergasted by this performance. I didn't really expect a 4-0 from W. We all voted for Hit and Run. 2 of us even went for a 4-1, and this W just performs like a complete clean sweep. I'm at a loss of words, to be honest.
I mean, after that match against Tango, I had some doubts, I have to admit, even though most of their wins were very convincing, like I said, in terms of reads, decision making, adjustments, and so on. But yeah, none of us expected that against Hit and Run, which is like very, very strong and solid team. And honestly, I'm looking forward to see what they can do against Opur tomorrow in the finals of the winners bracket, because Opur, in return, has been super solid.
I mean, we have 2 teams going into the upper bracket final, both respectively with a 4-0 clean sweep. So that is definitely a match to watch out for tomorrow. But for now, let's have a quick recap of what happened in the 4-0 this time. Let's look at the replays.
Well, yeah, we're gonna be jumping possibly shortly to see the replays between those 2 teams. Overall, a perfect performance 4-0 on some maps where you possibly expect to have some 1-1s. For example, Step, which was the first one. Normally, we have the team on the defense actually taking it, but you could see W was starting on the attack, and they were starting strong, because even though Frugo is gonna drop on that cap pressure, they kind of forced Hit and Run into repushing 8-9-0 lines, and in return they traded for it and they took the full map control with this CS round.
I mean, also really good in terms of reactions. The only thing that you could really say wasn't great here was that maybe White Rock was a bit too late with his rotation.
Yeah.
But apart from that, W, I mean, you can see here they had a lot of hit points, and they actually used those hit points to gain positions. The HP gap will close, but they gain positions for it. They gain guns in the game for that. So really great moves here, and you can really see that what I said earlier with the ST2s that we saw from them on Himmelsdorf, they prepare for this stuff, and you can see that by the way they rotate on a map like Steps.
I feel like Hit and Run is underprepared coming into this match, because when I see their way to play, their rotations, their reactions, I mean, this is pretty straightforward, but you can see that W is much more solid in terms of positioning and reactions, and it was also possible to see that on their defense. There are some great openings from the side of Hit and Run, especially with Monster in his CS, catching Valkyries off guard at the start. And even though W were down on HP, they managed to kept strong positions on their defense, and you could see at the end it was 1 minute left. There was only the cap pressure, which could be a bit of an issue, but they managed to hold strong, get those decaps, and honestly this was perfectly deserved.
And this is something that I think even Keyhand pointed out earlier on a Cliff match that we saw. It's really not just sending your tanks into position, but also understanding those positions, understanding what you have to do from them, and then, you know, in the end also penning your shots when you get in there. They're kind of looking at Hit and Run here. Lip was able to do so much from this position because Nero spawns the shots, Kuba spawns the shot. I mean, then he also got an unlucky low roll. That's nothing that he can do anything against, but Lip really getting the best of this, and just also having these 2 tanks out of the game in this match here allows for the rest of the W team to get the advantage everywhere else, and they are up all of a sudden 5k hit points.
Yeah, I mean, in this defense, they actually managed to put the trap against Hit and Run, actually hoping for them to regroup and repush into that setup they had with all of those things ready in Crossfire. You could see that even though they managed to reach Lip and they were having another match, it was really hard to take him out. He was alive for a long time, and they traded so well for it, completely surrounded, Hit and Run. At the end though, last round, we felt like Hit and Run would take it, because obviously W was pretty slow in the rotation, Barkis didn't leave the cap on time. But then, you could see that Hit and Run was also very sloppy in the rotations, very slow. They would lose the North, but in return they were so slow on pushing the South. You could see even the 6TP making the mistake to push the 5 line instead of pushing with his teammates on the mouse and the 6TP. And W, surprisingly, but actually very impressive, taking the victory on this attack, even though Hit and Run, they had everything to win that one.
I mean, this was the only match, the only game, sorry, that W looked kind of shaky on, but Hit and Run just also not performing today whatsoever means that W is just able to even take it back from the slight lead that Hit and Run had and provide us with a clean 4-0 sweep and a great showing that not a lot of people expected, but we are glad to see a new team, let's say a new team rise to the top, I'd say. That works.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of those teams that we like to see. You mentioned it, they really are following the changes in the game, the meta. They tried to bring some new things that got recently buffed. They tried to also make some new type of strategies and so on. And they're really one of those teams that prepare a lot and is really involved in the competitive aspect of the game. So I think that's deserved for them to reach the finals of the winners bracket, but it's going to be very hard against Opur tomorrow. We can probably make a very quick recap of the bracket and now with everything updated to just show what we will have tomorrow, because we'll have some losers bracket matches before the winners brackets. A final cashback against Hit and Run. I mean, cashback, it was pretty hard against Burger in the winners bracket, and it's possibly going to be even harder against Hit and Run, but Hit and Run with their performance today, they will definitely need to perform better. And then Tango against Burger, what do you think about this?
I mean, both teams not really performing that great today. I do, however, I think Burger has that one. If they play a bit better than they did in match 3 versus Opur, I think they might be able to take that match.
Okay, well, we'll get to see that tomorrow, all of those matches being BO7. Essentially, the entire tournament, even the NA bracket, all of those matches are BO7. Only the grand finals from each of those tournaments will be BO9. We'll continue that tomorrow, Toxic. Just like Ian mentioned, tomorrow, 16 CST. It's going to be great, probably. We will have interesting matches tomorrow. Especially, I'm looking to see the finals of the winners bracket to see if W is capable of keeping with their streak. That was a pleasure to have you today for that first day. We'll have 2 more days. As we mentioned, we have EU and NA to cover. So I know what we have few of the NA viewers that will be happy to get to see a few of those matches. Saturday, Sunday being the finals. I would like to say thank you to everyone for being here, and I will leave the last word to you.
Well, thank you for that much of sweet talk. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having so much fun with me. Thanks to the viewers for tuning in. Thanks to our awesome casters for doing such a great job. Thanks to the teams for providing the content. And you guys will be able to continue claiming your jobs on Ducky's channel now. Make sure to do that. And I wish you all a good night.
Yeah, good night. See you tomorrow.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.